All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to get started. This is our 24th Transit Committee meeting of the term for Thursday, March 12th. Thanks, everyone, for being here. I'm going to start with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. La ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe, dont la culture et la présence sont enrichies et continuent d'enrichir ces terres. The space we occupy today is on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people who lived and continue to live on this land. We recognize and honor the valuable contributions of the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. They and their ancestors have been stewards of this territory, caring for the land and the waters that flow through it for generations. Before we begin the formal part of our meeting, we have a special presentation this morning. We are approaching Transit Operator and Worker Appreciation Day coming up next week on March 18th. Nous approchons à grands pas du 18 mars, qui est la journée de reconnaissance.
We're getting close to March 18, the recognition day for operators and workers, transit operator and workers.
It provides an opportunity to recognize the dedicated, skillful work of all transit employees. J'ai le plaisir de saisir cette occasion pour souligner.
So I take this opportunity to emphasize the exceptional work of all members of OC Transpo so that our city can continue to move forward. Grâce à vos efforts,
on a daily basis. Whether bus, rail, or paratranspo, each branch of our city's transit services runs on the passion and hard work of OC Transpo employees. Customers are already familiar with some of the roles in transit services, such as bus and rail operators and special constables, but there are so many more parts to play in delivering safe and reliable transit service. Many of OC Transpo's roles operate outside of the public view, working behind the scenes to support riders and frontline employees. Je suis extrêmement heureux que certains de ces employés
I'm very happy that some of these employers who work at OC Transpo took the time to join us today.
Introduce a special video created to celebrate and acknowledge our transit employees.
Célébrons ensemble la journée de reconnaissance des chauffeurs et des employés de transport en commun. Today, we take a moment to recognize the incredible people who keep our city moving.
Happy Transit Operator and Worker Appreciation Day, everyone. To every member of the OC Transpo family, thank you.
I am proud to lead an organization of more than 3,000 dedicated transit professionals who work around the clock, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year to ensure that OC Transpo continues to be an essential part of our daily life in Ottawa. Je suis tellement fier de votre engagement.
Your hard work keeps Ottawa moving, supports our community, and makes a meaningful difference in the lives of the residents we serve. From early mornings to late nights, in every season and every kind of weather, you show up with dedication and pride.
Your commitment, professionalism, and resilience are the driving force behind the essential service we deliver to our city each and every other day.
We see the care you bring to your roles, the professionalism you demonstrate, and the compassion you show to our customers. Your contributions, both seen and unseen, reflect the very best of public service, and we are deeply grateful for all that you do.
Whether you're operating a bus or train, maintaining our fleet, supporting our customers, planning service, or working behind the scenes, your efforts make a real difference. Vous êtes essentiel à notre communauté. On behalf of the entire City of Ottawa, thank you very much for everything that you do. Merci.
I'll now pass it over to Troy to help us celebrate and shine a spotlight on transit workers in Canada's capital. Troy.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. So good morning and bon matin. I'm so pleased to be here this morning for this very special opportunity to acknowledge OC Transpo's hardworking and dedicated team and showcase our diversity. Vous trouverez dans chaque secteur d'activité de notre
In each
organisation
activity sector, you will find competent and motivated people. Whether you're taking the bus or the train in Ottawa, you benefit from the collective efforts of thousands of people.
The special skill sets and talents on this team are diverse. From mechanics to bus, electric, and diesel train operators, to customer service experts, to customer systems analysts, planners, designers, schedulers. There's so many more, I can't name them all. All our staff are integral at every step to delivering the services that we provide. As the chair mentioned, on March 18th, we have an opportunity to collectively show our appreciation to the people who support our communities through public transit. I want to express my gratitude to our entire team. And to help celebrate Transit Operator and Worker Appreciation Day, I am very pleased to be joined by several of our exemplary employees today. And I'd like to ask all of you to come up. You're here. Thank you very much. And we'll take a little bit moment to highlight each and every one of you and the positive impact you're having on OC Transpo and as well as the communities of the City of Ottawa. So we'll start with Louise. Louise, if you wouldn't mind stepping forward. Louise joined OC Transpo about 9 years ago, beginning with the customer service team. Since 2020, she's been part of the community relations team, working closely with councillors and other city departments and supporting major community initiatives. Louise loves connecting with the communities we serve, speaking directly with our customers and residents, and bringing that feedback back to our team. Thank you, Louise. Sammer. Sammer has been... Had to throw me off there. Hey, way to go. Sammer has been with OC Transpo for 12 years. And as a senior project manager with the City of Ottawa's rail construction program, he supports the construction delivery and transition to operations of the Stage 2 light rail transit expansion. So thank you, Sammer. Gaurav, did he make it? No. Okay, well. Gaurav is a project and financial coordination professional who works closely with senior leadership on one of our major investment and transformational projects, our zero emission bus program. Having joined OC Transpo in 2019, Gaurav brings experience in procurement, customer service, business development, client relations, contract administration, and financial oversight. Quite a bit of a background. Thank you, Gaurav. Next employee is Terry. Terry has been with OC Transpo for a quarter of a century. I didn't get them to say it that way. It sounds a lot worse when you say it that way. And I'm in the same club as you pretty much, so almost there. So started his path as a fleet technician in 2001. He subsequently held the position of service coordinator, garage supervisor, and since 2014 has served as a work study technician with the Transit Engineering Services Department. Thank you, Terry. Karina. An OC Transpo employee since 2002, Karina is a conventional transit supervisor. She enjoys working in our control room, and she values the support of a team when managing high-stress situations. I personally seen Karina and her colleagues manage many stressful situations over the years, and have always been impressed with her ability to be calm and always keep a positive perspective. Thank you, Karina. Abdi Ghaffar. Abdi Ghaffar is a diesel rail supervisor with OC Transpo. He's worked closely with the team from lines 2 and 4, the testing commissioning phase, through to public operations and revenue service. Now in his 6th year at OC Transpo, he is passionate about teamwork and delivering reliable service to the City of Ottawa. So thank you, Abdi Ghaffar, for all your efforts and for the team's successful launch and continued operations. Thank you for that. Kyle. Kyle is a dedicated electric rail operator and a mentor within OC Transpo. He has proudly served the transit system for a decade, spending 6 years as a bus operator before transitioning into his role as an electric rail operator. As a mentor, employees seek guidance and support, and Kyle is always willing to assist both his colleagues and customers in any way that he can. Thank you, Kyle. Jason. An Ottawa resident since 2004, Jason has been at OC Transpo since 2015 and is currently a diesel rail operator. Jason started his journey at OC Transpo as a bus operator, noting that he has always had a positive experience and that his family always looks forward to his latest work stories at the family gatherings. Appreciate your support on lines 2 and 4 and keeping that running the way it has been. Thank you. Sharon. For the past 35 years, Sharon has driven a bus through the streets of Ottawa. Sharon is extremely proud to be a transit professional, and we're so happy that she's chosen to remain with OC Transpo throughout her entire career. Some of you may recognize Sharon as she's a common fixture, volunteering her time to support our staff and communities, most notably the holiday parades. Thank you, and thank you, and a big thanks from the entire OC Transpo team for all your efforts in promoting health, wellness, and camaraderie within the organization. Thank you, Sharon. You definitely go above and beyond. Melly. Melly is a senior maintenance analyst and has been working in our department for nearly 8 years. Melly is proud to be part of a team that works every day to keep our city moving safely. The other day, Sabrina and I were just talking about you, Melly, and she's always been extremely impressed with your knowledge and your dedication. So thank you. Yovo, did I get it right? I did. All right. Yovo has been a graduate attendant with OC Transpo for nearly 2 decades, ensuring our facilities and vehicles remain in top shape for service. In his 19 years at OC Transpo, Yovo has efficiently and skillfully serviced buses, transit vehicles, and other related equipment. Yovo is a prime example of critical team members who work tirelessly behind the scenes, getting buses ready for service 365 days a year. Thank you. Ryan. As a general repair, Ryan truly values his career with OC Transpo and takes pride in contributing to the organization. His goal is to advance into a licensed position upon completion of his Gas Technician 1 certification in April, where he can apply the technical training, hands-on experience, and dedication to safety, as well as continuous improvement. We're happy to have you and look forward to you advancing your career with the city and OC Transpo. Thank you. Patrick. Patrick has a bachelor's degree in translation and has worked as a translator in both the public and private sectors for over a decade. Patrick joined OC Transpo 3 years ago as a customer service representative and thrives on the reward of helping others in his role. Thank you, Patrick. Anson. Anson is a systems analyst in the Transit Technology and Innovation branch at OC Transpo, where he's worked since 2019. Through his role, Anson supports the technology and data systems that underpin daily transit operations. Another good example of someone who works behind the scenes and getting information to our customers. Thank you. Bashir. Bashir is a conventional vehicles relief instructor with over 8 years of experience at OC Transpo. Bashir takes great pride in delivering high-quality training development that supports the success of our transit employees. Training is one of our fundamental commitments in ensuring that our service is always focused on safety. Thank you for that commitment, Bashir. Alexander. Alexander has been working with OC Transpo for the past 9 years, serving in multiple roles. He started as a bus operator in 2017 and is now a transit fare enforcement officer. Alexander is happy to be able to assist and support his community, and we appreciate your professionalism as well as your customer-focused approach. You deal with some situations sometimes that can be difficult, but you always are thinking about our customers, so thank you for that. Brandon. Since joining OC Transpo nearly 2 years ago, sorry. I was giving you a lot of time there. Wow, that went by fast. Brandon has worked to protect customers, employees, and property as a special constable. Brandon is always courteous and highly approachable in his role, demonstrating a strong commitment to the broader communities that we serve, and is proud to represent the TransSecure initiatives within the special constable unit. So thank you. And then Philip, did Philip make it? Oh, he's here in 2 minutes. Okay. Philip, after graduating, I'll go through it and hopefully he can make it. After graduating from Algonquin College, Philip found himself without a satisfying career. So he applied at OC Transpo. Philip has been a dedicated OC Transpo operator since 1976. So those of you who are quick with the mental math, and maybe, it's 76, 2026, an awe-inspiring 50 years of service as an operator. So Philip, I know he's going to make it here, but it's amazing for 50 years of service as working with our organization as a bus operator. Truly impressive. Thank you very much, Philip. I am lucky enough to witness firsthand the results of the hard work put in by each and one of these members of our team. To all of you with us today, your expertise, passion, and drive inspires the leadership team and reinforces what we can achieve through collaboration. It's the people who are the foundation. Sorry. It's the people who are the foundation and the strength of OC Transpo, and you all represent the city with pride. My sincere thanks to each and every one of you for attending today's Transit Committee and for taking part in this special recognition. So before we proceed with the Transit Committee meeting, I'd like to ask our employees and chair to come forward so we can take a group photo. That would be great. So members of the leadership team, employees, Transit Committee members, it'd be great if we can get a group photo.
All right. Thank you again for being here today. And I'm glad you're sticking through for the presentation and everything. It's good to have you for the morning. I'll ask our committee coordinator to do the roll call, please.
Councillor Brockington, Councillor Carr,
Present.
Councillor Hill,
Present.
Councillor Leeper,
Here.
Councillor Lowe,
Present.
Councillor Menard,
Here.
Councillor Tierney, Vice Chair DeRoche, Chair Gower.
Here.
You have a quorum, Chair.
I should note we have regrets from Vice Chair DeRoche, and Councillor Brockington will be with us shortly. He's on a meeting regarding AMO business, I believe. Okay, well, let's go through the agenda. We have confirmation of minutes for the meeting of February 12th, 2026. Is that carried? Carried, thank you. Item 4.1 is our regular OC Transpo update, rail, bus, and paratranspo. We have a presentation and we have 4 delegations registered for that. So we'll hold that and come back to it. Item 5.1 is Stage 2 Light Rail Transit Project. Again, we have a presentation, no delegations, but a presentation on that. And then we have a motion for which notice has been previously given. So we'll come back to that later. And nothing else that we could carry on consent. So with that, we'll go to item 4.1, OC Transpo update, rail, bus, and paratranspo. And Troy will be leading us through the presentation. Troy.
Okay, thank you again, Chair. As they pull up the presentation before we get into it, I just want to take a moment to provide an update on yesterday's weather event in our service. So Wednesday saw a significant amount of freezing rain, particularly in the afternoon, when heavy participation made road conditions challenging and surfaces slippery. As freezing rain fell quickly and heavily, Line 1 did begin to experience some issues. At approximately 12:30 p.m., staff reported observing arcing on trains traveling between Herdman and Lee stations. Damage to the overhead catenary system was also reported in that same corridor, the same area. An investigation is underway, but early indications is that this was due to the ice buildup in that area. Yesterday evening, Rideau Transit Maintenance, RTM, deployed technicians to inspect and repair the OCS. This work is anticipated to be completed this afternoon. Further inspections will also be required before service can safely resume. Currently, Line 1 service is operating in the west between Tunney's Pasture and New Ottawa stations, and R1 bus service is operating between Blair and Lyon stations. Rail and bus continue to be monitored closely by staff at our Transit Operations Control Center, with bus service adjustments made where possible. From the outset of the issues impacting Line 1, staff ensured that customers receive real-time service updates through all our communication channels, including social media, text messages, and on our website. And we've been actively working to get staff out there on the lines to assist as well, and that's been in place for this morning. So as I mentioned, we currently anticipate that Real Transit Maintenance will complete the repair work on the OCS this afternoon. Once the timeline for resuming service between Tunney's Pasture and Blair stations, the entire length of the line is confirmed, we will continue to provide updates to council as well as our customers. So this time we'll get into the presentation. I'll turn it over to Sabrina Pazian, our Chief Safety Officer, who'll provide a brief status update as to where we are with the spalling issue on the Line 1 trains. So next slide, please.
Merci, Troy. Bonjour, Monsieur le Président et membres du comité. I'll start by providing a brief update on our work to safely restore Line 1 capacity. You can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Our teams have been having very productive technical meetings with RTG, Alstom, and their experts. We are making progress, and we are now in the process of settling on the details of a revised containment plan. This containment plan will have a multi-layered approach to ensure the ongoing safety of Line 1. Our team is working hard with RTG and Alstom to finalize the required technical details, proper procedures, and the safety assurance process to ensure that everything is in place before we take the next step towards restoring the fleet. Once this revised containment plan is final, we will host a technical briefing to provide details on the plan as it relates to spalling specifically, and to outline what customers can expect as we restore capacity on the existing Line 1. That's our primary focus right now, safely restoring service on Line 1. Once that's achieved, we will turn our energy to building up the train fleet to a sufficient number to proceed with trial running in the east. We will then host a separate technical briefing to provide council, media, and the public with full details on trial running specifically. This will be apart from the technical briefing on spalling, as it's in keeping with our commitment to transparency and best practices from the Trillium Line launch. Je vais maintenant redonner la parole à Troy.
Okay, thank you, Sabrina. Je vais maintenant dire un mot sur le progrès que nous avons accompli pour renforcer la prestation de service d'autobus. Comme vous pouvez le voir sur votre écran, il y a eu des avancées graduelles depuis le début de janvier. While progress has not always been linear, there has been clear improvement from the 5.9% of service not delivered at the start of January to most recently down to approximately 2.2%. Nous savons qu'il faut faire avantage, mais comme vous l'apprendrez dans cette présentation, notre plan d'action, incluant l'augmentation du nombre d'autobus électriques dans notre parc, le recrutement et nos efforts au niveau de la formation donnent des bons résultats. La venue du printemps nous aiderait aussi à partir de ce progrès. Next slide, please. I have mentioned at previous meetings how vital our fleet numbers in providing a consistent and stable service. Our daily temporary average requirement is 500 buses on weekdays, and in the last week of February, we saw a daily average of 509 buses available. This is movement in the right direction and shows that our action plan to strengthen bus service delivery is on the right track and is working. We recognize that we must continue to take this momentum forward, and these incremental improvements that we demonstrate show that we're in the right direction. I know that everyone, yourselves, our customers, residents, have been very patient. We are making progress, we are improving, and it will continue to improve. I'll now pass the floor over to Chad Maws, the Manager of Bus and Paratransit Operations, to provide a more detailed bus fleet update.
Thank you, Troy. Good morning. As Troy said, my name is Chad Maws, and I'm the Manager of Bus and Para Operations. Today, I'd like to provide you with an update on the status of our bus fleet on behalf of Rami Elfagali, who couldn't be here today. The slide you're seeing, slide 6, the slide you're seeing provides the regular snapshot of where the fleet stands as of February 2026 and shows the broader context for the work underway as we onboard new buses and decommission our aged fleet. As additional e-buses arrive this year, This will coincide with an increase in the pace of retirements. As we have updated the committee previously, we are now decommissioning the most expensive and labor-intensive buses, namely where the return on continued maintenance efforts are limited. This is an important part of the transition as it allows us to redirect maintenance capacity away from buses that require significant time and resources and instead put more of those labor hours towards training mechanics and garage staff maintaining and supporting the new e-buses as they enter service. We do continue to look for used buses as one option to strengthen the fleet in the short term. That being said, we've found little success in finding used vehicles that are in better condition than the aged buses we have already. As a result, we are expanding the scope of our original bus refurbishment plan so that we can get a few more healthy and productive years out of the selected buses already within our fleet. That work will be completed through an external vendor, which will allow us to complete the refurbishments and extend fleet life without putting additional pressure on the capacity of our maintenance staff. Expanding our refurbishment work is largely about improving our resiliency. It will help us create more buffer as we navigate the electric bus onboarding and transition and better position us to respond to external factors impacting daily availability. Next slide, please. This slide shows our bus fleet in February by type alongside the average number of buses out on the road in revenue service during the month. For the e-bus fleet, the number of total buses increased from 48 at the start of February to 56 by the end of the month, and the average number in service during February was 20. Overall, what this shows is that while the diesel fleet continues to carry the majority of our regular service, the e-bus fleet is quietly ramping up with more buses coming into Ottawa month by month. Many of them now are being used for bus operator and garage staff training, and we will see more e-buses regularly going into service. Next slide, please. Focusing on the new e-bus in operation, as we have mentioned at the last meeting, we are obviously not yet where we would want to be, but our current level of e-bus availability is in line with what other large Canadian cities experience as they adopt e-buses into their fleets and work through the implementation challenges. This is a significant transition, and while progress is gradual, it continues to advance forward. A considerable amount of staff training on high voltage equipment is still required. Staff are being trained on driving these buses, becoming familiarized with new high voltage maintenance standards and the new charger and pantograph systems that support them. That training is substantial for each employee group, including mechanics, operators, electricians, and garage attendants. The supporting processes are also being updated as we adapt to new technology, new maintenance practices for vehicles, and the electrical infrastructure requirements. The Zero Emission Bus Program is a serious undertaking for operations and for OC Transpo. A lot of work to operationalize the bus fleet extends beyond vehicle deliveries and onboarding. There is still a lot more work ahead. More units are being delivered and onboarded, more units are entering service, more staff are being trained, and the organization is continuing to build the knowledge and processes needed to support the long-term success of the program. As we finalize the onboarding of the latest batch of bus deliveries into our operations, we will provide more detailed information on overall e-bus performance at the April Transit Committee meeting. With that, I will now pass things along to my colleague, Dan Villeneuve. Thank you.
Good morning. Je m'appelle Daniel Villeneuve et aujourd'hui, je vais présenter le projet.
My name is Daniel Villeneuve, and I would like to present you all of the infrastructure project.
A lot of infrastructure work is required before you can onboard and operate additional battery electric buses in service. The next few slides will focus on some of the work impacting our largest bus depot in operations at 1500 Saint Laurent. As you can see on the screen, our Saint Laurent South Garage is undergoing electrical fit-up. Electrical infrastructure to operate electric buses consists of items like new electrical rooms, step-down transformers, switchboards, power cabinets, and pantographs that connect to the buses. Next slide, please. Sections of our north garage has been taken over for infrastructure work that consists of replacing end-of-life infrastructure like underground plumbing, floor drains, concrete work, garage doors, upgrading sprinkler systems, structural reinforcement, painting, LED lights, and more. Next slide, please. We are also progressing with our on-site substation civil work, and once completed, we will be able to fit up with transformers, switch gears, generators. Excavation around our site is also underway to install underground electrical network made up of concrete duct banks, conduits, wiring, connection, and to energize everything. Next slide, please. On this slide, we are showing a breakdown of the different procurements and when we expect to receive buses from now until the end of 2027. On the first row, our ZEB program, the 40-foot electric buses. We currently have 91 electric buses in Ottawa. 64 have been onboarded. Based on current delivery schedules, we should have 110 in Ottawa by the end of March, 234 by the end of year, and additional buses in 2027 to achieve 354 buses. On our second row, diesel articulated buses. We are utilizing the Metrolinx joint procurement and working with New Flyer on 50 diesel articulated buses for deliveries later this year and into 2027. Third row, we have 11 used diesel buses that have been purchased on board and are currently part of our fleet for daily service. Our minibuses, we are utilizing the Metrolinx joint procurement and working with Creative Carriage to procure 92 buses, 82 para buses to replace the existing fleet, followed by 10 on-demand buses. We have onboarded 46 of the 92 buses. We are expecting the remaining units in service by end of year, all 82 para buses by the end of Q2, followed by the on-demand buses. That completes my update. Thank you, and I will pass it over to Oliver.
Thank you, Daniel. Good morning, Chair. My name is Oliver Monaghan, Associate General Manager for Transit. I wanted to take the opportunity to briefly give everyone an update after our updates on electrification and our work to restore bus service to normal on our future plans and what we're doing looking forward. We're starting to implement our plans to create the next generation of bus schedules now. You'll see we're using continuous improvement as our model. And the model that we're taking is to ensure that we review what we've got, what's gone in the past, and start looking what the city needs in the future, working across traditional, but all our normal boundaries, operations, scheduling, planning, to bring everyone together as we do that. Reviewing, listening, learning lessons is sort of our slogan, as it were, and I'll bring further updates to committee, to council in the future. I'll now hand over to Troy.
So as we move into the month of March, we want to highlight some of the aspects of our service that doesn't necessarily garner as much attention as we would like. We begin by recognizing the efforts made to support and acknowledge safety with OC Transpo Safety Awards. These awards showcase the variety of ways in which OC Transpo staff contribute to a safer Ottawa. Les candidats devraient être fiers de leur réalisation.
We're very proud of all the accomplishment. We're very happy to have all of these talents in our network, and this allows us to have a safe and reliable environment.
Heroism, innovation, and exceptional commitment to safety at this year's internal recognition event. It is always an inspiring experience to see commendable values recognized in our staff. February was Black History Month, an opportunity to recognize and celebrate Black excellence across OC Transpo. One of the highlights was having an opportunity to look back at OC Transpo's history and an operator who bravely broke barriers on our bus system. Winston Cumberbatch, who began his journey with OC Transpo back in 1968, was formally recognized by the mayor as OC Transpo's first Black bus operator. In addition to this wonderful event, a rich and touching blog post was published on our website covering Winston's story and his reflections on making history. We were also able to highlight the work of local artist Jimmy Baptiste, who created this year's Black History Month bus mural titled Pride of Dreams. Perhaps, hopefully you've all seen the Pride of Dreams mural on one of our double-decker buses that's been out there over the past month. OC Transport est également fier d'avoir été l'hôte.
We also were the host of the recognition of the Black excellence across OC Transport. This ceremony looked into the wonderful leadership and contribution of the actual staff at OC Transport.
Karen Robinson Scantlebury, the first Black female train operator of Jamaican heritage to operate the electric rail system. Renford Thomas Sr., the first Black paratransport representative for ATU Local 279, and Hassan Osman, a 23-year OC Transport employee whose leadership spans operations, dispatch, as well as union service. OC Transport was proud to stand with employees, riders, and community partners in celebrating Black history, not only in February, but every day. The month of March has seen even more outreach events in motion, with paratransport talk sessions taking place. This is part of our commitment to continue to engage our para customers and always look towards evolving the service. Les clients et les membres de la communauté
Client and community members were able to provide their suggestions and discuss. Some coordinators were there to talk about the service and the support that we can provide.
We had the opportunity to celebrate International Women's Day on March 8th. From diesel rail operators to data control experts, these individuals champion each other's development, creating a culture of mentorship that is truly transformative. So at this time, I'd also like to take a moment to recognize a member of our team who perfectly encapsulates values of leadership and dedication. Our Chief Safety Officer, Sabrina Pazian, has brought her diverse experience with the city into the safety and regulatory fields of OC Transpo, providing a poised and knowledgeable perspective to every aspect of our work. Sabrina joined OC Transpo in 2016 and was promoted to her current role as Chief Safety Officer in 2024. Sabrina oversees 4 key branches: safety standards, investigations and reporting, training and development, the Special Constable Unit, and regulatory compliance, quality control, and insurance. Fairly big portfolios. OC Transpo and the City of Ottawa are incredibly privileged to have someone with Sabrina's unique skill set at the helm of our safety initiatives. Sabrina is also quickly becoming well known in the transit industry and is actively engaged in a number of safety initiatives related to Ottawa, as well as transit properties from across Ontario. Now, I personally worked with Sabrina for over 10 years now, and I'm very fortunate to work alongside such a focused, driven, and dedicated transit professional. Next slide, please. This year, for International Women's Day, we have been so pleased to profile 8 exemplary women working at OC Transpo, exploring their personal journey they took in arriving at their current role. These 8 women exemplified the team at OC Transpo, and I'm happy to see their remarkable skill sets and perseverance highlighted. They contribute across a wide range of service areas, from building service attendants, ensuring safety and accessibility, to special constables safeguarding the transit system, and program managers driving operational excellence. They are unified in their dedication to keeping our communities connected, supported, and moving forward. We can just take a quick break. We'll just we'll switch some speakers out if that's okay. So at this time, I'll be passing the floor over to Bart, the Director of Transit Strategic Communications and External Relations, and he'll provide an update on our recruitment initiatives. Next slide, please.
Thank you very much, Troy. Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to be here to provide a bit of an update on our recruitment targets for 2026 and the work that we're doing to hire people into priority positions within our department. Our annual recruitment plans are developed to proactively staff all of the critical operational roles within our department to ensure that we have stability of our workforce. Ongoing bus operator and mechanic hiring remains a priority, as this committee has heard in the past, to maintain operational demands and support service delivery. The recruitment targets are informed by projected attrition, retirements, and internal movements. This is a dynamic process that takes place throughout the year as people move to new positions, as they leave the organization, as they retire. There's always a need to keep refilling the bucket that supplies people for our department to do all sorts of things. What I think is sometimes not understood or that is an additional complexity that we find within our department is that positions like electric rail operators are staffed primarily from the bus operator pool. And so when we hire an electric rail operator, we need to also hire a bus operator to replace them. When we hire an electric rail coordinator, or sorry, an electric rail controller, those come from the electric rail operator pool, who in turn come from the bus operator pool. So every time we have an electric rail controller leave the department, we need to hire 2 people to replace them. So you'll see on the right, there's a description of our 2026 recruitment targets by position. So I should mention that these are higher than the number of people that we actually need, the number of vacancies that we're trying to fill, because there is, so we receive a large amount of applications. We winnow that through a process that takes approximately 6 weeks. And then we come down to a number of recruits that we bring in. We hand those talented individuals over to our training department, and the training process is equally rigorous to our recruitment process. And so we can anticipate that some people will not be successful in making it through the training, or will decide that that the path that they've set themselves on is not for them. And so we end up getting down to the number of people that we actually require. That's a natural process that we monitor as it goes forward, and we adjust accordingly. So we're looking for 360 recruits for bus operator positions this year. We're looking for 110 electric rail operator recruits, 27 diesel rail recruits, 18 recruits for paratransport operator positions, 20 recruits for special constables. So this is in addition to the recruitment that we've already done for the positions that were funded through the Solicitor General's funding that the city received. And then we are looking for 20 licensed mechanics. And I'll speak a little bit more about licensed mechanics in the following slide. So just as an example, for one competition for bus operators last year, we received 1,500 applications, and we went through all of those to arrive at 195 candidates who then made it down to the hiring stage. So it's quite a rigorous process, and we have a team working consistently throughout the year to try to manage that strategic process, to be able to scale our activities, to make sure that we're providing a process that is defensible and has strong integrity and makes consistent decisions that are rules-based, that we're getting the best people in that we can then hand over to Sabrina and her training team to turn into the wonderful people who support our transit services in the city every day. Next slide, please. So speaking specifically to licensed 310T mechanics and apprentices, this was a question that was asked of staff to bring forward, and we're happy to have this discussion. So the number of licensed mechanics on staff that we currently have is 149. There are currently 20 vacancies, so we are doing our best to try to staff all of those vacancies. However, as we've heard in the past, this is a highly competitive labor market for all skilled trades, and licensed mechanics in particular. Both the public and the private sectors in North America and globally are seeking these sorts of talented individuals. We have been successful in onboarding 5 310T mechanics in 2026, with another 6 in progress. So this is significant and success beyond which we've been able to achieve in the past. In addition, we have our apprentice program. There are currently 19 individuals in this 4-year program. We graduated 3 in 2025, and in 2026, we anticipate 4 to 5 graduates from this program. So we are on track to being able to get close to, if not meeting that 20 vacancy target. There are a further 10 anticipated graduates in 2027 and another 4 anticipated in 2028, and we can anticipate a bit of attrition in our mechanic pool, and so it's important that we keep refilling that pipeline and bringing new people in, training new apprentices, and bringing new people into the department. And I'll just mention here at the end that the current number of licensed body technicians on staff is 43, and we're searching for another 4 of those. So just to make the point that there are a number of skilled trades within our department that we're constantly looking to fill, and while the focus is on 310T mechanics, we are looking for all sorts of skilled trades, and skilled tradespeople are in high demand. And we, I won't say that we struggle to bring them in, but I think along with everybody in those industries, we are working very hard to try to find people to come here. And we've spoken to members of international benchmarking groups to which OC Transpo is a member, and they have expressed to us that this is a problem that they are seeing across the world. Next slide, please. So to touch a little bit upon the work that we're doing to recruit new mechanics, we are exploring all possible options. You'll see here the wide range of activities that we're engaged in as a department. I won't go through all of them, but I did want to mention in particular that we've been working with Indeed.ca. They're a website that has been successful in providing 36% of our mechanic applications, and so we've decided to focus in on that in particular. We've done sponsored job postings on Indeed.ca, as well as a virtual hiring event engagement. So that allows us to kind of pre-qualify candidates. So if they express an interest in OC Transpo, they're passed directly to being able to book an interview and to be able to speak with our recruitment staff. So this is a way of kind of pre-clearing people to express an interest in us if they're interested. So we do a little bit of work in the background, and then Indeed.ca helps to funnel those people directly to us. Another thing that we've been looking into is exploring new partnerships, including the Military Spouse Employment Network, which supports military spouses seeking employment when posted to Ottawa. So this is an opportunity to engage directly with people who we know are actively seeking work in Ottawa and include skilled tradespeople. And so we're interested to explore that to see if that provides some good results for us. And then, of course, we have our standard paid media campaigns on social media, radio, Spotify, Google Display Ads. We have a paid search campaign that's making sure that when people search for jobs in Ottawa or jobs for licensed mechanics, that they're seeing OC Transpo as close to the top of their search results as possible. And we attended 8 recruitment events from January to April 2026. And we have more in the pipeline that are coming forward for that. So I will now passer la parole to...
Now I will give the floor to my colleague, Sabrina Passio. Like we promised last year, I would like to provide you an inquest update on Westboro. There was a formal update on the 41 recommendation
in late November. We
provided
an update to the Office of the Chief Coroner on the progress made to date on the Westboro inquest recommendations. While there's no formal process for cyclical updates, we can anticipate that the province may follow up again at the end of 2026 to determine what our current progress is at that time. First, I want to thank everyone, all the parties involved, including our partners in Public Works, Infrastructure and Water Services, Fleet Safety, and Traffic Services for the continued support in implementing these recommendations to help make our operations and our entire transit industry safer. As I've said before, fully implementing these recommendations will require a multi-year phased approach. And through the previous investments that we received through the 2026 budget process, we have been able to initiate progress on several key recommendations. I'm very pleased to report today that 17 of the 41 recommendations have been fully implemented. A huge kudos to all the teams and the staff who have helped get us to this point. There's about 20 that are in the stages of being implemented at various stages, some nearing completion and some just at the initial procurement phase, and 4 that we're still evaluating the feasibility on. Next slide, please. I won't go over all 17 completed recommendations, but I did want to take an opportunity to highlight a few of our major accomplishments. Through collaborations with our colleagues in Fleet Safety, we've been able to implement a new process for daily driver's license abstract checks, which is a recommendation that was outlined by the inquest number 27. This change has helped enhance safety and compliance for everyone that operates a City of Ottawa vehicle, but has a big impact on our bus operations group that Chad leads. This has already changed how we manage this process, as it allows staff and management to essentially be notified in real time on different changes related to license risks. So staff receive alerts for license expiry, medical expiry, and license changes to their class or suspensions within 24 hours. Another highlight that we wanted to share was recommendation number 30 about ensuring a data-driven approach for risk prevention. This has been achieved through the excellent work of our Safety Observation and Data Review Working Group. This is a cross-departmental team that's focused on improving road safety and includes key partners from Transit Services, the Finance Corporate Services Department, specifically Fleet Safety, and our road safety team from Public Works. One key achievement of this working group is lowering our CVOR overall violation rate with the MTO. Most recently, the city's overall rating has dropped to 18.4%, with Transit's internal rating being calculated at 15%, which is a historic low. Very, very hard work and a long effort that's gone into reducing that CVOR rating. We're really proud of the team for that. Finally, sticking with the data theme, recommendation 39 asked that the city publish a transparent and accessible manner our KPIs relating to safety, which, as we all know, are presented at the Transit Committee and are also published every month on our website. Next, I wanted to highlight a few of the recommendations that are currently in progress. So as part of our 2026 budget process, we received additional funds for radar speed signs, and we're in the process of procuring these and determining the most effective locations to have them installed along our transitway. The next two items are linked closely to our public safety strategy, which I'll be providing an update on to the Transit Committee later this spring. So recommendation 26 stated that the city should promote a dedicated 24 means of contact for members of the public to report any transit safety concerns. So this is being addressed through several different ways. First, our teams are in the process of installing new decals on our entire bus fleet with the direct number to our Special Constable Unit Communications Center. A big thank you to Bart's team for his support in this initiative. And we're also in the process of development of our new safety and security reporting app that's part of our public safety strategy that we'll be presenting an update on in the coming months. Finally, recommendation 34 related to the expansion of our telematics program. We have a very clear path forward now, and we're really excited that this expanded program will allow for monitoring above and beyond speeding. It'll include additional unsafe driving behaviors, including fast acceleration, hard brake applications, and hard left-hand or right-hand turns. Next slide, please. Arguably, one of the areas that has seen the most progress to date is training. My training and development team have been working very hard to implement the practical aspects of the training recommendations from the inquest, and I was really very happy to have one of my instructors, Bashir, honored today during the ceremony earlier. I'm very pleased to share that 12 of the 12 training recommendations, 8 have already been fully implemented. As Bart mentioned earlier, we're aiming to train a record number of bus operators this year, so we were able to incorporate these changes as part of the Westboro Inquest recommendation into all new bus operator training classes that started in January of this year. By having these recommendations in place, we're able to further enhance our safety culture. And one of the recommendations I want to highlight in training was about introducing scenario-based training by addressing the circumstances of previous serious collisions in a trauma-informed manner. In response to this recommendation, on the first day of all new bus operator classes, we display the images of 2 tragic incidents from Fallowfield and Westboro using a trauma-informed manner. These events are difficult to talk about, and we approach them with caution and respect for everyone affected. We share them not to assign blame, but to learn from them and prevent future tragedies from happening. They remind us that operating a bus is more than just driving. It is the responsibility that impacts lives every single day. Through the feedback provided so far, this has been a very positive addition to our training program and has had a very big impact on our trainees as they reflect on what it means to be a bus operator and the safety criticality of their role. Developing a strong safety culture requires us to celebrate our wins, but also reflect on the seriousness and responsibility that we all share. During training, we now ask the trainees make a weekly safety commitment, and these are specific actions that they will take to keep themselves safe, customers, and the public safe. These dedications to safety are not just part of the training, but a lifelong responsibility that protects lives every time our bus operators step behind the wheel. As you can see on the slide, there's some example of the weekly safety commitments. And then at graduation, all of the trainees with their class will take a new safety pledge. These pledges serve as a powerful reminder and commitment from our trainees as we work together to make transit safer for everyone. Next slide, please. Looking ahead, we are still progressing well with many of the other recommendations I wasn't able to touch on today. Today was really just intended to be a snapshot on some of the progress we've made. We'll return with a more fulsome update on the progress and status of all the recommendations at a future Transit Committee meeting and through the next budget cycle in keeping with the multi-year phased approach. Next slide, please. So before I dive in to my KPIs, in discussion with the relevant teams, we'll be presenting our new KPI refresh at the next Transit Committee meeting as we're still in the process of refining some of the remaining data points. So as a result, today I'll walk you through our typical format and selection of safety KPIs. Next slide, please. On this slide, we'll review the employee occurrences first. So I've included all the data from 2025 and up till January of this year to show just how the data has been trending. As you can see, we're relatively stable to start off the year, only a slight increase in comparison to December, but generally same trend that we saw in the second half of 2025. The top three categories have really stayed the same for the last year: slip trips, followed by harmful environmental, traumatic, stressful events, and struck/caught. At the bottom of the slide, you'll see the red light camera infractions. This will probably be one of the last times I'll show you this data. We'll still track it internally, but it likely won't be part of the new KPIs. As you can see, in the summer of 2025, we did see a bit of an increase, but it's been reduced and we've been consistent over the last few months. And when we compare red light infractions all the way back to 2023, I know that's not on the slide, but we're able to see a really noticeable downward trend. So even with the addition of more red light cameras, generally, this is still within the norm of regular red light infractions with road users generally. Diapositive suivant, s'il vous plaît.
Next slide. As you can see on this slide, we're looking at the customer injury rate and at the preventable collision frequency.
2025, and that singular black dot is January of this year. As you can see, we started the year off with a lower customer injury rate. This roughly translates to about 2 level 3 injuries, which means that the person was transported to the hospital due to their injuries. And in this case, the injuries were related to a slip trip and bus disembarking. The contributing factor in both of those incidents was a collision. And then at the bottom, moving on to preventable collisions, while we started the year off a little higher, which is typical in winter weather driving conditions, we're still around the same level as we were at the end of last year, just slightly under the average, but above our safety management system target. We're going to continue to support the various safety programs to focus on lowering the collision rate, such as training, our safety blitz, and safety observations program to help mitigate this. But as I mentioned earlier, we are really encouraged by our MTO CVR rating overall. Next slide, please. Before I pass things over to my colleague Francois, who will walk you through the rest of the service-related KPIs, I wanted to give everyone an update on the development of our fare evasion methodology. This methodology has been made possible through strong internal collaboration between our Special Constable Unit, specifically the Fare Enforcement Team, Information Technology, and Francois' Service Strategy Team. So I'd like to take a moment to thank everyone who supported the efforts in developing this methodology and setting our fare inspectors up for success. I was really happy to see Alexandre highlighted in the ceremony this morning. To develop our methodology, an extensive review of industry best practices was conducted. This includes reviewing studies conducted by our benchmarking partners Comet and IBBG. As I've said before, there's no singular established or agreed upon method when it comes to calculating fare evasion in the transit industry. Every transit system is different with unique factors that must be considered, including but not limited to cultural factors, meaning how socially acceptable is it to evade fare, socioeconomic circumstances, station design and protection, meaning the number of entrances or exits, the presence of fare gates, security and enforcement, so the use of and presence of CCTV or staff presence, and your fare structure, ticket and pass options, and the availability of alternative modes of payment. As each agency has their own unique combination of these factors, it makes it challenging to establish a uniform approach to calculating fare evasion across the industry. So for OC Transpo, using the benchmarking comparison data that we've collected so far, we've developed a proposed fare evasion methodology that we will now pilot. To establish our fare evasion rate, the majority of the fare inspector team will be focused on conducting randomized compliance checks during dedicated sample periods as set out in our sampling plan. These sample periods will not be communicated in advance to help ensure accurate and realistic data collection. There's essentially two main goals to this strategy: conduct as many compliance checks as possible and ensuring adherence to the deployment strategy. During these dedicated sample periods, fare inspectors will not focus on busy stations or known areas of concern. Instead, they will try to cover as much variety across the entire transit network as they can, using various modes of transit, and they will rotate. This will ensure that the surveys are representative of our whole transit system. While targeting known hotspots is typical for fare enforcement, the focus of this methodology is to measure and capture something that's representative of our entire transit network. So this will allow comprehensive rates to be calculated on lines 1, lines 2 and 4, and then all of our various bus types, our 40-foot bus, the 60-foot bus, and our double-decker buses. The compliance checks will then be weighted based on the actual ridership values by mode and by bus type. The sampling plan will allow us to capture a fare evasion rate within an acceptable margin of error around 2 or 2.5%. Now that we have a pilot methodology developed, my team is working on a final remaining logistical pieces before the first dedicated sampling period can begin within the coming weeks. In advance of the first sampling period, we're also going to be conducting a tabletop exercise with our fare inspectors to clearly explain the process, the deployment strategies, and verify the data collection methods. Once we've conducted this first sampling period and analyzed the results, this will inform any updates to our methodology, and then these results will be presented at an upcoming Transit Committee meeting and will inform the development of our new fare evasion KPIs. As always, regular fare enforcement activities will still continue during this period. Merci beaucoup. Et maintenant, je passe la parole à mon collègue François.
I'll now
Merci
give
beaucoup, Sabrina. Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. I'll now walk us through our regular service KPIs, starting with conventional bus and train ridership. So for the month of January 2026, our first result of the year, ridership was 6.1 million customer trips. This represents a decrease of just under 7%, 6.7%, when compared to the same month the year before in 2025. So for the 12-month period ending in January 2026, as you can see on the left of the slide here, total ridership was 70.6 million customer trips. That's 0.6% lower than the month before, so the 12-month period a month before, but still remains 2.4% higher than a year ago. Next slide, please. So for our service reliability measures, just briefly going over the definitions of how we measure the reliability of our service using the three indicators on the slide here: service delivery, regularity, and punctuality. So as always, we use all of three of these indicators to measure the overall reliability. And so service delivery, as a reminder, is the percentage of the service that was delivered as planned. Our target here, as we all know, is 99.5%. When measuring on-time performance, we've got the two measures, regularity and punctuality. Regularity is a measure of whether trips were evenly spaced and is used for our frequent bus service. The target here is 85%. Punctuality, on the other hand, is used to measure the on-time performance of our less frequent bus service, those operating every 16 minutes or less frequently, and is defined as buses arriving at stops no more than 1 minute early and no more than 5 minutes late. And again, here, our target is 85%. We'll then go into the results on the next slide, please. So starting with service delivery for conventional bus service, in February 2026, 96.5% of service was delivered as planned. So this is an increase of just under 1% percentage point compared to the same month in 2025, where it was 95.4%. For the 12-month period ending in February, The average service delivery was 97.1%, 2.4% lower than our target of 99.5%, and about the same as the previous month, as a 0.1% difference. For our measures of on-time performance, we'll start with regularity. That's the blue line on the chart there. And we can see that the result in February 2026, the most recent, was 82% for regularity. That's just 3% lower than our target of 85, and 4% higher than for the same month in February 2025, where it was 78%. For punctuality, that's the yellow line on the chart. The result was 71% overall in February 2026, and that's 1% lower than for the same month a year before. So finally, looking at the left side of the page, looking at our rolling 12-month average results, it was 82% for regularity. That's the same as the month before, and 71% for punctuality, 14% lower than our target, but also remaining steady from the month before. Lastly, at the bottom, you'll see a breakdown of trips arriving early and late. And so they were 13% of our service was early. That's more than 1 minute ahead of schedule, and 16% were late. That's more than 5 minutes behind schedule. Next slide, please. As always, we break down a little bit further the service delivery for our conventional bus service. So as a reminder, as I just mentioned, in February, 96.5% of our service was delivered as planned. And that's shown in the large green column on the left side of the page here. In the middle chart, we have a breakdown of the reasons why service was not delivered. We've already discussed some of those reasons earlier in the slide. But for the month of February, we can see that at the bottom of that chart in the darker blue, nearly 1 out of every 5 trips that were not delivered were due to a lack of vehicle availability. Next, in the orange color, another third, just under 1/3 of trips that were not delivered was due to on-street service adjustments. This would include adjustments due to general traffic delays, construction detours, as an example. Moving on to the next category, in that gray color, just over 1/3 of trips that were not delivered were due to operator availability. This includes operators who are not available for their trip due to delays that they've encountered on earlier trips, should note. And finally, the remainder of trips that were not delivered, about 1 in every 6 trips that were not delivered, was due to mechanical breakdowns, and that's shown in the yellow category. Finally, we're showing the top 3 trips that had the most trips not delivered, top 3 routes, sorry, that had the most trips not delivered, and they were in order, routes 12, 6, and route 7. Next slide, please. On passe maintenant à la fiabilité de nos services d'eau-train.
Now about the service reliability, we can see that for line 1, for the 12 months ending in February 26, the service delivery was 95.7%, 3.8% less than our target. And so it's at 2.5 low. It's 2.5 lower than the previous month. In February 2026, the service delivery was at 67.2% that you see on the right of the slide. Because of problems that were discussed at this meeting and previously too, because of the fleet availability. And then there was a car that's not on the line now. It should be noted that the frequency of service has increased, but this is not reflected on this table, on this graph. Here we can see the most recent service reliability data for line 2 and 4 for the last 12 months ending in February. The average was 97.3%, 2.2% lower than target. So 0.2% lower than the previous month. As for the most recent results for February, The service delivery was at 94.6% compared to 97.1% for the same month in 2025.
Pour terminer, passons maintenant à nos indicateurs
To
paratransport.
conclude, the paratransport indicator, let's go to the total ridership, what was at 73,000 trips. That's almost 12% increase compared to the same month last year. For the recent 12 months, 896 trips were done, 0.9% higher than previous month and 4.5% higher than the previous year.
Paratransport on-time performance. The overall average is shown with the, as always, with the solid orange line on the chart there. We also show the on-time performance for minibus service and for taxi service in the dotted and dashed lines, respectively. In February 2026, 95% of customers were picked up within their 30-minute window. That's 3% higher than for the same month a year before in 2025, where it was 92%. For the 12-month rolling average, paratransport on-time performance has climbed to 95% as well, and that's also 2% higher than for the previous month's rolling 12-month period. This concludes our presentation, and we'll be happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Troy, our special guest is here.
Yes, if we just take a moment, I know Philip, our 50-year transit operator is here. If you wouldn't mind standing up, letting us give a wave to everyone. Thank you very much. Thanks very much for coming, Philip. 50 years, truly inspiring. Thank you for all your efforts and you know your continued contribution to OC Transpo in our communities. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for being here. Congratulations. We do have some delegations. We have 4 delegations. Our first delegation is Ajay Ramachandran. I think he's in the room. Yes, he is. Come on up. Welcome. Each of our delegations will have 5 minutes to make a presentation, followed by any questions from our committee members. Just getting your presentation ready to go, Ajay. Okay, welcome. Just turn on the microphone there and go ahead.
Hello. So, hi, I'm Ajay from Better Transit Ottawa. We are a group fighting for a useful, reliable, and sustainable transit network. And so last transit committee, I showed off some of the tools we've been working on that show the severity of our bus reliability crisis and bus shortage. This time I want to answer the question, are things getting better? Next slide, please. So this graph here shows the cancellations and trips removed from the schedule since January for each day, excluding weekends. The red shows the number of trips canceled, and the orange shows the number of trips removed from the schedule since the January schedule. As we can see, things are getting a little bit better, but there's still a huge reliability problem. Last week, it looked like things were finally getting stable. So last meeting, I showed some blocks, which are the schedules one bus does throughout a day, where the entire block was canceled because a bus was never available for it. And this went from about 40 to 50 blocks a day to only about 1 or 2 last week. But unfortunately, that didn't last. On Monday and Tuesday, the cancellations started piling up again. And this is before the freezing rain that happened that caused even more issues. Next slide, please. So here we can see which buses have been in service for trips in the last few months. The vast majority of our fleet are 2010 New Flyer articulated buses and 2019 Nova buses. There have generally been more buses in service this month than in January, but there is still a high amount of variability. At the top, we could see the new electric buses in service. Next slide, please. So now we're zoomed in on the battery electric buses. It's very good to see that the electric Nova buses are now starting to get in service in the last few days. But unfortunately, there isn't an obvious trend in the total number of electric buses in service increasing, which is a little concerning. Q1 is almost over, and we have only 20 to 25 buses in service, which is far away from the promised 110 buses delivered. Next slide, please. So now we're zoomed in on double-decker fleet. I apologize here for the y-axis starting at 25. That was a mistake. But yeah, so what we could see here is how the reliability of a specific bus can dramatically affect the bus reliability for a day. So Monday this week was significantly worse than the week prior. And we can see that one reason for that is seemingly 13 buses were unavailable. In a time when we're celebrating 11 old used buses, 13 buses is a lot. Next slide, please. So now, even with things getting a little bit better, the way cancellations are handled is still causing big issues for riders. So here we could see the cancellations on Route 53 on Tuesday. There were 4 cancellations in the afternoon peak in the Tunney's Pasture direction and 1 late bus. And so this caused only 1 trip to happen between 1600 and 1747, and a service gap of 40 minutes and then 1 hour. This route is scheduled to run every 15 minutes during peak periods. Cancellations need to be coordinated to not have multiple cancellations in a row like this. Next slide, please. And so this is the bus availability graph that I was showing last week. But this is last Friday. And as you can see, it actually is looking pretty good. The dark blue line is almost at the green line, which is the number of scheduled trips per day. And the dark blue line is the number of buses available. But next slide, please. At the beginning of the week here, the pattern unfortunately didn't hold. And we're still having more bus availability issues. Next slide, please. So here's one of the blocks on one of those 53 cancellations. So a block is a schedule a bus takes throughout the day. And you can see how this cancellation was caused by a previous route running late. This shows how important it is to ensure buses are on time, as a significant number of cancellations are caused by late arrivals. And the best way to make sure a bus is on time is bus lanes and other transit priority measures. OC Transpo is not going to consistently have enough buses in service anytime soon due to the unreliability of the fleet. And because of that, using the buses as efficiently as possible is incredibly important. Next slide, please. So this blurb here is taken from a presentation from OC Transpo about transit priority improvements on Route 11. And as it describes, just a 1-minute time savings on a frequent route can save over $40,000 in annual operational costs. Right now, there's a bus lane project about to be on the table on Bank Street, and we were told that it would be presented at committee in January. Then we were told it would be presented in February, and it still hasn't been presented at all. With such a big bus availability emergency, projects like this cannot be delayed and delayed. We need to do everything we can to get buses moving and not stuck in traffic. So in conclusion, things are not all doomed, things are getting better, but bus delivery is still slower than predicted, and the unreliability of the fleet means that some days still have way more cancellations than others. Using our buses as efficiently as possible is as important as ever, and that means not delaying bus projects like the ones on Bank Street and Carling Avenue, and improving scheduling to be more accurate and have less wasted time driving from the end of one route to the start of the next. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thanks very much, Ajay, for the overview. Are there any questions from committee members? Councillor Leeper. Oh. Do you want to go first?
Thanks, Ajay, as always. I'm just wondering, I haven't tried to connect you with OC Transpo, but I'm just wondering if there's been any sort of dialogue between OC Transpo and yourself in terms of validating the numbers that you're coming with. I know I had a couple of exchanges with OC in which I think they sort of disputed or they didn't quite buy into some of the numbers that you were doing. Have you had any discussions with them?
Yes, I think, yes, some of these numbers have been confirmed. And I've had some discussions, but nothing big. Yeah.
Okay. I think I'll focus on that over maybe the next couple of weeks. I appreciate it. Thanks for the work that you're doing.
Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks so much for all the work you're doing. I understand the Bank Street item's coming back. I think it's March 30th, end of the month, to Public Works Committee. And I think there was some delays because there was some tweaks based on the public feedback that was being received, that sort of thing. On your data, what are the implications that you are pulling from what you're tracking? And the tracking is very helpful on its own, but for yourself, what are you seeing that is either the concern or the positive in some of the trend lines?
Yeah, I think right now the thing is most of our, like, the plan that OC Transpo is saying is things are going to be resolved in the spring with more bus deliveries, but that's still not something that I am seeing in the data. I believe some of these electric buses are being used for training, so that's something I want to look into more.
Yeah.
But I'm a little concerned of when things are actually going to start getting better.
Yeah. Good point. We get the updates. The chair is very good about sending us updates every day on here's our bus fleet available, here's our train fleet available. And one of the discussions we've been having is just we're getting more e-buses, but the bus availability seems to just be trending a little bit up, not as much as say the new availability of e-buses. Now, I've been seeing today in the graphs, they're retiring some of those articulated as those are coming in. And I have more questions about that of when we're retiring, how we're retiring, and if we're doing it in a way that allows for the bus fleet availability to come online as those new buses come. So, and yes, seeing the amount of e-buses we have, but that are available for fleet in that graph also raised questions for me too. I assume it's the onboarding and training piece. And some, I know as soon as they arrive, there's some work to be done on them before they get ready out in service, but I'll ask some of those questions. And great analysis and data. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much, Ajay, for being here. Our second delegation is Tui Do, who is online.
Hello.
Hello.
So my name is Tui. I'm writing. I am writing to share my experience.
Is there any way that you could move your microphone closer to where you are? We're having a hard time bringing you in the room.
Okay. Is that better?
It's a little bit better. And if in the room, if we can turn the audio up, that would help. And we all have headphones as well. So please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. So my name. I'm writing. Wait. I'm writing. Actually, I'm gonna pass it on because I'm nervous and my speech is a little bit not good.
So my name's Ron Pinder. I'm gonna read on behalf of Twee. Because she also has aphasia, which improves her speech. So I'm writing to share my experience using public transit as a person living with a disability and to encourage improvements that would make these systems safer for people with invisible or not very visible disabilities. I had a stroke that left me with several impairments that are not immediately visible. I have a weakness on one side of my body and limited function on my right hand and foot, balance and sensation impairments. I also suffer from aphasia that can make speaking difficult, especially when I'm anxious or tired. Due to these challenges, it's very important that I am able to sit down before the bus begins to move. I'm just going to scroll here. Because I am a young woman and my disability is largely invisible, I often feel my needs are not quite met or believed. As mentioned, I have aphasia, which means it can take me longer to speak and process thoughts into words. When drivers become impatient or tell me to speak faster, it increases my anxiety and makes communication even more difficult. This is a very common occurrence that I experience each bus ride I take, which makes me actually not want to take a bus. Unfortunately, I have had many experiences where my requests for this basic accommodation were dismissed or not taken seriously by the drivers. For example, on one occasion, I told the driver that I have a disability and needed to sit down before the bus moved. The driver acknowledged me but drove away before I was seated, forcing me to rush to a seat to avoid losing my balance. At my stop to get off, I reminded him about the need for seating before the bus moved. His only response was, "Next time." On another occasion, the bus was crowded, and I explained that I needed to sit down due to my disability. The driver responded in a condescending kind of way, "If there are no seats available, you have to stand." For me, standing on a moving bus is very unsafe. I can fall and severely injure myself. However, for the elderly bus drivers, they will automatically lower the bus and will wait for them. I think that's bus riders will lower the bus and wait for them to be seated before moving. They even used to yell out, "Seat needed for the passenger." Why is this not taken into account for individuals with disabilities? Moreover, before the pandemic, please correct me if I'm wrong here, there was a priority seating card that allowed riders to announce or drivers to announce that a passenger required a seat. This system made a significant difference for me. It reduced the pressure of having to repeatedly explain my disability and help ensure I could safely access seating. These are only a few of many experiences I've had on OC Transpo. These experiences cumulatively have left me a little bit almost in fear of taking the bus, not knowing if I'll be taken seriously. My experiences with OC Transpo have mostly been very, or rather negative experiences, and have made me feel as there is something wrong with me. I've had to show my scar from the brain surgery. I did this by cutting off all my hair for them to take me seriously. I don't want to do this anymore. I want to be able to be believed without having to show my scar or prove that I have a disability. I believe there's a need for stronger awareness and training around invisible disabilities and how drivers should respond when passengers indicate they need time to sit or require assistance. Public transit should be as safe and accessible for everyone, including those with disabilities that may not be immediately visible. I hope you will consider measures such as improving driver training, clearer accessibility policies, and the reinstatement or expansion of the tools like priority seating cards to better support riders with invisible disabilities. And she thanks you for your time.
Thank you very much, Tui. I'm glad you raised this with us, and thank you for the time for coming to committee. I just also want to note that you have provided written correspondence as well that all of the committee members have access to. Councillor Leeper has a question.
More just a comment. Tui, you and I have known each other for quite a while now. I hope you're well. And I just wanted to say thank you very much. You and I spoke about making a delegation. There are city councillors in the room, senior management from OC Transpo, members of the media from CBC and CTV. It's important to say these things in public. It's important to say these things at meetings like these. And I appreciate your coming out today. I will have some questions around the card. One quick question. My understanding from you, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you've started to let your hair grow out, and so the scar is less visible, and you've seen a difference in treatment since your scar became more invisible. You're on mute.
Sorry. So yeah, I grew my hair, but even like there was a situation, number 2, and people would assume that it was a design. So I had to cut it basically to a number 1 just to know that it is a scar. But basically it's a good and bad thing because people, like when I cut my hair, it's pretty noticeable, and people sort of are not afraid but very cautious that they go around me. So you can it's like a moth to a flame. Is that how you call it? Yeah.
Yep.
So I mean, it's pros and cons basically.
Fantastic. Tui, thank you very much. I appreciate your coming out today, and I hope this is a good reminder to everyone in the room about making assumptions and some of our biases. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
No additional questions, but I am going to ask the clerk's office to help connect Tui, connect you directly with OC Transpo staff so that they can meet with you and review the concerns that you've raised, and also follow up with you on any action that they're going to be able to take. So thanks very much for being here today and for sharing your experience with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our third speaker today is Benjamin Obeng Apori. And Benjamin is here in the room. Welcome. Just press that red button.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. Morning, everyone. My name is Benjamin Opori. Good morning, Chair and members of the Transit Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I appreciate that opportunity here. I'll start with a short story. Recently, I asked a fellow OC Transport rider why delays and interruptions seem to happen so often. He paused and for a moment said, "Tradition mostly." Now possibly may get a laugh or not, but I think it also reflects something serious. Too many riders in Ottawa feel that transit unreliability has become normal, and that is something that we obviously understand we need to change. The Stage 2 LRT project is one of the largest public investments in our city. We have spent billions of dollars already, and residents have shown patience through years of construction detours and disruptions. In return, they expect a transit system that works. There has been real progress. The Trillium Line extensions, Line 2 and Line 4, have been operating since March 2025, expanding Ottawa's rail network by 23 kilometers and adding 13 stations, serving more than 24,000 riders also. I think that shows something incredibly important. But on the other hand, if you will, I think there's some relevance to showing what is ultimately lacking. Residents are still waiting for the full system. The east extension on Line 1 is still approaching substantial completion, and the west extension is currently projected towards completion around 2027. In the meantime, people need to get to work and school and family. Now, I do volunteer at the Ottawa Mission, and I also volunteer at the food bank. It means that I also interact with most of the residents at the mission. Most of them are ultimately looking to change their lives, get some traction going, if you will. And some practicality in that sense is relevant in terms of how they navigate themselves. And most of them ultimately rely on the infrastructures we have here. That means they have to actually get around in some way. And it's become incredibly difficult. I have one of my roommates here who I still live with. He has 4 children. And just because of the transit routes being unreliable, where we live and where he works, he's compelled to pay $500 every month on just Uber just to get to work consistently. That's 500 that could go towards rent, groceries, or supporting his kids. And he's not alone. I have personally had to turn down opportunities myself because the transit route simply wasn't feasible. When transportation doesn't connect to the city properly, people lose access to job. They make convenient or not necessarily practical decisions, and they might potentially lose out on various opportunities. And I think also to in line with even the agenda of the day, being that the train, I think the bus service also needs some thinking, if you will. Now, even as rail lines are being built and tested, the city can improve connectivity through stronger bus routes, more frequent service, better integration between buses and rails. Transit is not just about trains, it's about a system that works together. Because when transit works, something powerful happens. People save money, they reach better jobs, they spend time with their families, they feel connected to their city. The Stage 2 LRT will eventually connect Ottawa from Trim Road in the east to Moody Drive in the west and south towards Riverside South. That vision, I find, is what definitely pursuing. Now, in conclusion, I think the success of the project will not be measured by kilometers of tracks or number of stations, but by something very, very simple. I think it will be measured by whether residents can wake up in the morning, take transit to work, and trust that it will get them there reliably. Thank you for your time, guys.
Okay, thank you for delegating today. There's a question from Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for being out here and going through the personal situation, but also the broader issues that you're seeing out there for everyone. My question's a little more targeted because you're talking a lot about the connectivity to transit and then it being an available option to get to work, to school, for functions, this sort of thing. one of the things we've been talking about here is that, you know, when stage 1, stage 2 are done, 85% of the city is within 5 kilometers of a rail line.
Right.
The bus network, though, still plays a huge role in both connecting to the rail line and getting people on those trunks, those corridors where there is no LRT.
Right.
The other thing that the city's been considering that's been delayed for some time now is a bike share program to better connect up with those transit stations. I think starting, you know, more in the core and then eventually moving out, as we've seen in Toronto. It's expanded now to every single ward in Toronto. And it's a direct connection, not just for tourists, but for their transit lines.
Right.
You can pair it with transit, right? It's getting to the line. And then once you're on that line, you want efficient, reliable service. So I guess I just wonder your thoughts about something like a bike share, like the connectivity to that last mile or 5 kilometer portion of how you get to those transit lines, and then obviously the reliability once you get there, getting to where you have to go. What do you think about that last mile connectivity?
Well, I mean, I think in broader spectrum of things, ultimately, it is indeed a practical solution. Definitely for people who can potentially explore those options, it's more or less feasible, I would say. But you know, just you know, congruent with how we potentially think about just the general transportation system, we do include people, for instance, with disabilities too. I think some, you know, practicality, so to speak, would have to be brought about in those kind of contexts also. It is fair. I also don't think that we should necessarily ostracize groups of people, mainly because some people may necessarily need more accommodation, but I think that's also a fair shake. But I also think, you know, just in general, if you will, that thinking about that in the context of, you know, everyone else, making sure that everyone else feels included in the process would be something I would definitely side on, if you will. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your
My
presentation and
pleasure,
being
guys.
here today in person. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Benjamin, for your delegation. Appreciate
Thank
it. Our fourth delegation is James Scott McKillop, who I believe is also in the room. Welcome, James.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Transit in the Nano Bioinfo Cogno Ottawa Smart City. Slide 2, please. CTV News, September 12, 2025. 2 electric school buses pulled off the road this week in the National Capital Region following a fire. A Lion Electric school bus that burst into flames with students on board. Slide 3. Quebec government pulls 1,200 Lion e-buses, citing safety concerns, put them back on the road on Monday to keep the kids safe in their new explosive e-buses. Slide 4, please. Meet the new fleet of Ottawa's battery electric explosive e-buses, 136 in late 2026. Slide 5. Everything I'm showing you here today is part of the Nano Bioinfo Cogno Biodigital Convergence. Nano for nanotech, bio for biotech and genetic engineering. Info for IT and cognitive for cognitive neuroscience. Slide 6. AI could watch Ottawa's transit cameras for crimes and emergencies. CBC Peter Sosowski told the transit committee that OC Transpo is exploring the potential of AI to monitor security cameras. Slide 7. Real-time anomaly detection for AI for crime reduction and rider safety in transit would flag unusual behaviors in real time. Slide 8. OC Transpo cameras can even monitor citizens detect warning signs of someone in distress to allegedly prevent suicide. Wonder if that comes with a maid service application. Slide 9. Ottawa's Smart City Playbook. Slide 10. Slide 10. Ottawa's Playbook team. Slide 11. Transportation and smart mobility. It can be a powerful collector of community analytics. Slide 12. More on transportation and smart mobility. Slide 13. Workshop attendees include Colleen Connolly, OC Transpo, retired. Slide 14. Smart City 2. OC Transpo is one of the first transit providers in Canada to provide real-time data to its service. A Smart City Vision. Slide 15. Ottawa continues to leverage IT and IoT infrastructure to investments on digitally connected assets through deployment of devices in roadways, fleets, and transit for Ottawa's smart city vision. Slide 16. Meet Randall Roger, program manager at GATS and Ottawa's digital twin. Slide 17. Randall is working with OC Transport to integrate a digital twin at LRT stations to help map out routes. Slide 18. Jean-Francois Dion, geospatial strategist at the City of Ottawa, working on Ottawa's digital twin. Slide 19. Meet Michael Martin, who also works on Ottawa's digital twin. Not much info there in this guide. Slide 20. GATS, mobile mapping, capture real-time inventory of Ottawa. Slide 21. The vehicle uses LiDAR to gather data for Ottawa's digital twin. Slide 22. Francois Collier, Standards Council of Canada, member of the IEC, ISO, is responsible for standardizing IoT and digital twins for biodigital convergence. Slide 23. IoT is a key enabler of smart everything everywhere. Slide 24. Including smart payments, smart building, smart transport, smart territory improvement. Slide 25. ISO defines a digital twin as a digital representation of a target entity with data connection that enable convergence between physical and digital states. Slide 26. A digital representation of a real entity or system, an evolving digital profile based on massive, real-time, real-world data measurements across an array of dimensions, data streams generated by sensors, transactions, and virtual sensors. DTs are enabler of smart everything. Slide 27. More on digital twins. Slide 28. Digital twin modeling for monitoring, simulation, prediction, and verification. Slide 29. Have you met your human digital twin? Slide 30. Slide 30. Smart City 2 update. Champlain Room 2019. 31. Slide 31. Smart City 2 is a connected city where systems, data, applications that people are connected in a ubiquitous way using tech to introduce a smart economy. Slide 32. Marc Rene de Couturier, Director of Service and Transformation for Ottawa's Smart City 2 Vision. Slide 33. I'm Rahimi is Director of Digital Transformation and Innovation at U of O. Slide 34. Smart Transit, how big data analytics can improve public transit. Bijan is partnered with SMAT's Traffic Solutions to help public transit companies with IoT. Slide 35. SMATs specialize in smart transportation data collection and analysis using IoT sensors and an AI analytic platform. Slide 36. That AI analytic platform is called iNode. Ottawa adopted iNode to modernize traffic management. Slide 37. Everything I spoke about here today is part of the Biodigital Convergence Smart Cities agenda from IEC and ISO. I do not consent to any of this. I share this stuff to the public every day. They have no idea any of this is going on. And I think first thing first is that all Ottawa residents be informed properly that this stuff is happening. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, James, for your delegation. I'm seeing no questions from committee. So that concludes our delegations. And we'll go now to questions for staff from committee. Councillor Menard? Councillor Card? Okay, Councillor Menard, then Councillor Lowe.
Thanks very much, Chair, and sorry about that. I wanted to come back to the a couple of things. The bus availability. It relates to the delegation and some of the questions I had there, but I've got some specific questions. As I was saying, I was a bit surprised by the bus availability staying relatively stagnant as we've seen more. It's gone up a little. It's gotten a little bit better. I'm noticing the day-to-day trends, but it's staying relatively stagnant given the number of e-buses being brought online. And I saw in your presentation you've taken off exactly 26 articulated buses as 26 e-buses have become available within that time frame. Are the buses that you're taking off on the articulated side not presently in service, or are they in service but they're just older and need more repairs? I just want to be sure that we're not taking them off prematurely given the the issues with bus availability.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I can confirm that we are not taking buses off prematurely. We're actually looking at, the buses that we have. We've been talking about how, many of them are very, very old. But there are some buses that still have useful life in them. And, Chad and Rami and the team, they look at those buses, and if there's still a certain amount of reliability left in them and with minimal or with a certain amount of investment that go into them, we'll extend them a little bit longer. So we are not retiring buses that can be used reliably in service. And that's where we need to get to, because I fully recognize what the resident indicated was, that we're still highly variable, and we are at that point. We're still seeing some variability. We get some bad weather, we see a drop in our bus count. We have a couple rough days, you see that drop. But no, we are keeping as many buses as we can. But there are some buses that they're just not worth the investment, and they're rarely, if at all, in service.
Okay. The early part of the week is worse than the later part of the week. I assume because of the weekend and the work for mechanics on the weekend. Is that what's happening? Is that we have a delay on the repair of buses through the weekend, and then the Monday is a slower day in terms of the amount of buses that are out there in service?
That is one of the contributing factors, is that on the weekend we have a reduced number of staff and reduced number of garages that are open. And that combined with the vacancies creates the challenges, right? And those vacancies tend to be on those weekend shifts. So those two factors combined, that's what impacts us on Monday. So we really want to end the week on a strong note, and and be able to start the following week with a higher number. But yeah, it is still variable at this point.
Okay. The electric buses that have come in, the amount that's come in is a lot higher than what's in service right now. So just why is that? What's happening in that there's such a delay in getting, or maybe there's not a delay, but why does it take so long to get them out on the road? Or are they being repaired in some way? I assume it's just because these new buses are coming in. It requires some upkeep, some work before they get on the road. I don't know what it is, why there's so many e-buses that we have in, but not available on the road.
Okay, no, it's a great question, and we haven't spent a lot of time talking about that up to this point, right? So it's a good question. When the buses are delivered in Ottawa, yes, there is a post-delivery inspection process that needs to go through, but that's 2 to 3 weeks. Sometimes could be a little bit longer than that, but it's not a terribly long period of time. It's 2 to 3 weeks. But I think what we need to recognize is that we're at the beginning of a major transformational project. We've done the pilot with 4 buses, but now we're ramping up to over approximately half our fleet are going to be these electric buses, and all the transformational aspects, like our whole Saint Laurent garage facility right now is undergoing major construction to electrify that garage. So we're at the early stages of a major transformational project, and there's new technology, there's training, there's development activities, and there's going to be some issues that we need to work through as you implement this new technology, and as you train, there's things that we need to work through. So we're ramping up. You're going to see, as we onboard more buses, you're going to see more and more buses in service. As Sabrina and her team are able to train more mechanics, we'll be able to maintain more buses. And we've had to make some decisions. One of the things that we talked about this, about 2 years ago, as a team at OC Transpo is, what's the optimal time to start the training of the mechanics? If you start them too early and they don't have buses to work on, then they lose that information. You're gonna have to do more training, more refresher. So you wait till more closer to when the buses arrive, and then you're also at that situation. Every mechanic that we take off from operating, from working and maintaining diesel buses, that's less of a reliability aspect of the diesel side of things. So we've had to make some decisions, but really what we're focused on is making sure that our mechanic team are well trained, they're safe, and we can maintain the fleet reliably. But I think, going back to my earlier point, Chair, it's a major project, and we're ramping up, and I'm not trying to minimize that. Still maintain that we're going to be in a much better state come April in terms of our fleet, and we're going to continue to improve from there.
Okay. I saw the plan to recruit mechanics, and there's a lot of good in there, but I think the biggest thing that I saw that was missing was pay. We have to maintain what we have and attract new people And pay is a big part of that. It's an overnight job, right? You have to pay folks better to maintain what we've got and to attract new people. That's the number one thing that's going to bring more people in is how increasing their pay or the bonus that comes with the job, right? That's the number one thing. There's nothing better you could do than increasing the pay for that job. If this is a major thing that is causing delays and we're having buses not back on the road because of mechanics, this is a short-term measure, medium-term measure that could be implemented that, yes, costs a little bit more, but gets the service back online. So are we considering pay increases for that job, given how important of a linchpin that has been in getting people back on the bus and on their transit system?
That's a great point as well. And, I think the answer to that question is we have and we are. And, we finalized a new collective agreement with ATU 279, which includes the mechanics. That was earlier this year. And it was a significant pay increase for the mechanic team that was associated with that collective agreement. As well, there was also some efficiencies and process improvements that we were able to implement with that collective agreement that will help us continue to, when we get our bus fleet up, to be able to sustain that long term. But the collective agreement that was approved by council had a significant pay increase for mechanics. And this is actually why we are seeing right now a positive response from our recruitment. We'd had recruitment cycles before where we would net, 1, 2 applications. We're actually now seeing quite a few applications coming in, and we feel much more confident that we're going to be able to, get close to that 20 mechanic recruitment number that we want to see this year. That with our apprentice program and some of the other initiatives we're doing, we're going to be in a much better state. But we have increased the pay rates, and we are seeing a positive result of that now.
Okay, thank you for that. That's good to hear, the confirmation of that. You mentioned we're having trouble finding used buses that are in better shape than, say, our own used buses. And that now the focus is more on the refurbishment plan of, I assume, our existing fleet. So what does that mean? Does that mean we're not pursuing more used buses at this time, and and you said there's an increase to our bus refurbishment plan? I want to understand what that means in detail. We're not pursuing used buses. We're focusing more in the next year on refurbishing, or what?
Okay, Mr. Chair. No, we still are pursuing used buses. We have a few leads. One of the most potential leads that we have for new buses, they require them into the summer, but after they get through their event season, they've indicated that they might be interested in letting some of those buses go. So, but we are still pursuing used buses. We are also looking at our fleet procurement plan and how we can even that out and advance some bus purchases earlier than what was originally contemplated. And that's something that would be coming forward either later this year or early next year. But we're looking at a few of those options. So still looking at used buses. And then, Chad and Rami and the team, and I think we've got Bill Cutler here too as well. They're looking at all those things with regards to, if there is useful life left in a bus, if we're not investing significant sums of money for little return, let's keep those buses if we can. And we're looking at that. And that's where we've gotten, I don't want to use the term creative, but we've maxed out all the external maintenance shops in Ottawa that can work on our buses. And now we've expanded that network and we're sending them farther and farther out. We've received a few buses back from some of these vendors already, and some good results. So we're going to continue with that. All those activities together is what's helping us turn it around, that combined with the new fleet.
Okay, yeah, I was going to ask about the out-of-town maintenance and repair. So we've got 3 buses back or 4?
I'd look to Chad. Maybe he has that answer for me.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Troy. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe there's 6 buses have returned.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. That's good to hear. And obviously the preference is in-house work, right? The mechanics hiring and those sorts of things will help with that. So I'll state that just obviously over the long term, our preference is not to have to send them to another agency outside of town. We want jobs in Ottawa, working on these things in Ottawa. I'm going to shift gears, Chair. Just one last piece: the 18 and under pass that's coming in as of July 1st. I know there's still work to do on this. But that was a pretty major piece for the last budget from council. I'm planning on having a lunch and learn for councillors and staff on this soon. I'll mention that afterwards, but just on the progress on that, where we're starting free transit for anyone 18 and under as of July 1st for those 2 months of summer, and then weekends, holidays, and after 5 p.m. every day during the year. How is this coming along? Is this something that's progressing? Are we ready for this July 1st? Understanding we're still a few months away.
Yes, it's progressing and we expect to be able to deliver it on time.
Do you anticipate someone will get a pass as part of, like, every 18 and under person in the city with a registered address will have a pass?
We're still working out the logistics of distributing or reformatting the cards that they have today.
Okay. I'll just mention on April 27th, I believe it's a Monday, April 27th at noon. We're going to have a lunch and learn with one of the experts in the field on this that has helped implement these in other cities. So my team's going to put this together. I want to make sure staff, councillors are invited out, but it's April 27th at noon. We'll do a lunch and learn on it to have some best practices from some other cities that have done this as well. We will be on the cusp of I think something that a lot of other cities haven't done with the 18 and under, but also matching a few cities that have done this, including across the river. So just to say, Monday, April 27th at 12 noon, I'll send out an invite to councillors and staff team to just hold that in your calendars for some discussion about how this will work, this major policy change that's coming to our city, which I feel really happy about and appreciate staff's work on. Thank you, Chair.
Hey, Councillor Lowe.
Food. Not for my dad.
Thanks, Chair. Would it be in order to talk about the OCS thing or this item? Yeah, okay. Catenaries. Sorry, sorry. Troy or someone, you had said that the wire was damaged, but due to ice. I'm curious what that damage is, because photos that I've seen online show an actual break very similar to what happened. I want to say January 2024. 23,
yeah. Chair, I'm not trying to minimize it when I use the term damage, but yeah, the wire broke, and very similar to what happened in 2023. Yes.
Okay. So I believe that was caused by it was caused by arcing, but I believe the reason why it broke was that the train had slowed down for one reason or another, and then the arcing basically melted the wire and caused it to break. I believe that's what happened in 23. Is it safe to assume that's sort of what happened this time?
Yeah, at this point, it's pretty early in the investigation as to what occurred, but I think it's safe to assume that, weather was a significant contributing factor to it. Actually, what actually happened to that vehicle and we've seen the videos, right? We've seen the arcing, we've seen that, and then that's where that vehicle stops there, and that's where we have the problem with the OCS wire. So at this point, though, all I can really commit to in saying that, definitely seems like it's definitely weather related. And we need to just move forward with the root cause investigation. Right now, the team is focused on resuming the service as quickly as possible. That's their focus today. And the root cause investigation will be initiated. I know there's probably some of the engineers who are already working on it in parallel.
So I know that coming out of that incident in 2023, we had talked about the feasibility of a heat tracing contact wire at vulnerable locations. I'm going to guess this is one of them. It seems things seem to always happen between the Queensway and Herdman. Is that so? What's how's that progressing? And how's that progressing?
I'll turn it over to Marco in 1 second, but you are correct that was something that was highlighted and something we're working on. I'll let Marco give you an update on that. But following the incident in 2023, there were a number of measures that were implemented to try to mitigate the effects of freezing rain. And we've talked here about one of the things that we do throughout the winter months, RTG does throughout the winter months, is they apply a glycol product on these areas of the line that are prone to higher icing where we've had challenges. And for the most part, that's been effective. But obviously in this most recent event, the glycol, which had been recently applied, when they apply it, it's good for 14 days and they have to continue to reapply. Obviously something was unique with this weather event because it did affect that area, and as well as affected some of the yard operations as well too. So, so there have been actions and mitigations taken. The heat trace, I'll turn that over to Marco, and he can give a little bit more of an update on that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We have different ways of mitigate icing effects on the overhead cable system. Some are increasing or having a decent headway of running trains to just, cut off the ice there. We have as well certain vehicles with a specific carbon strip that is of a rougher nature to scrape off a little bit of the ice up there. We have as well the possibility, and that's in place already in processes, with the glycol that has to be applied early enough and only last certain time then there. Obviously, one of a good system is as well in heating system, where we are in discussion still with RTM. We have completed the technical feasibility study, so that's a positive sign there. And currently we are in commercial negotiation with our supplier in order to move ahead.
Okay. Looking forward to more updates on that. I know there are a number of things that are already done to sort of try to mitigate the situation, but I think, I'm looking forward most to seeing how this heat tracing contact wire progresses. Thank you. On the e-buses, how are the, you had noted a number of vehicle deliveries. How is that keeping pace with the charging stations being delivered and installed at the garage?
Mr. Chair, if you just give a second, we'll have Dan Villeneuve, who's in charge of the program, come and he can answer those questions on the ZEB piece.
The beard's coming back.
Yes, thanks for the question, Chair. We currently have 68 chargers that have been onboarded and commissioned, and we are progressing the installations of the chargers as we are onboarding additional buses.
So you'd say generally it is keeping pace, right? We're not getting ourselves into a situation where we're taking on more e-buses we're taking on e-buses at a much higher rate than the charging stations are coming in.
That is correct.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'm going in order of the presentation, by the way. So these questions it's the same order. You had mentioned, I think Oliver had mentioned that there's a next generation scheduling that you're working on. Understanding that this is sort of the first time you've mentioned it and it could still be very early. What does that look like? What's being considered?
Essentially, we're preparing for the next generation in terms of the western extension of line 1 and the opening line 3. What does that impact look? So what do we need and what will the service look like in the medium term? So not short term, medium term.
Okay, so basically it's what the schedules will look like after the western extension opens. Are we making any improvements to how the scheduling is done? Like things like because we've heard this before. Well, I've heard this before, right? When the stage 1 was opening, it was going to be, the routes will be shorter. There'll be better turnaround times at Tunney's and Blair and Herdman. And then when New East Bus came, similar promises were made about less intern lining to improve schedule adherence and things like that. So are things like that going to be considered this time, or is it just purely an exercise in scheduling around the western extension?
I'll let Oliver elaborate a little bit, but what I wanted to flag today was, we've been talking so much about our current actions, what we're doing to improve service, and I wanted to start to give you more information in terms of what we're looking at from a medium to longer term perspective. So scheduling is one of them, and looking at how we schedule, the ways we schedule, the interlining, not necessarily specific to the West Extension. I mean, that is an opportunity for us to adjust our service, but are there different opportunities in how we piece together the work that would produce different results? So that's sort of that medium term perspective that we're looking at. And then the other aspect from a medium term perspective, I know it's not your question, Councillor, but the bus procurement piece. We've talked about doing these mass purchases and then all the buses coming due at the same time is problematic. So we're looking at that. How can we even that out? Still stay within our budget envelope, but
once again, produce better results so we're not in the situation that we're in right now. And Oliver, I don't know if there's anything more you want to add in terms of what you're investigating and looking at. I think that would be helpful.
No, I'm just building on Troy's point there. It is just that sort of taster, and to let the committee and let the chair know what's being initiated, what's there. We've implemented some recent internal process changes to make sure our departments are all talking to each other, which was something we heard loud and clear. Operations, maintenance all need to be a part of that process. That's initiated, it's underway. But in answer to your question as to schedules, interline, and all that, there is nothing off the agenda. It's about what's best for service. So, and this is the beginning of that process of, we're talking internally, we're also looking at what our customers are saying in terms of feedback, and obviously we'll consult the committee as well through the chair.
Okay, thanks for that. Moving on to when you talked about hiring, the recruitment plan for 2026, Bart had mentioned that EROs and DROs come from, electric and diesel rail operators come from the pool of existing bus operators. Are there plans to change that? Has that changed? Or are there plans to change that so it's more open to the general, when you hire, you're just hiring for operators?
Chair, I think I said primarily. So yes, I didn't want to overstate the case, but yes, we've been speaking with ATU 279 and we've achieved an agreement to bring outside applicants directly into rail operator positions. So that's starting this year. So we're cautiously optimistic that will provide a new pipeline into rail operator positions in a way that doesn't affect bus operator positions. But we want to make sure that we're still providing opportunities for bus operators to move into rail if they're qualified to do so.
Okay. Last question for this round, then I'll come back on, Chair. In the slide about the reliability and service delivery on lines 2 and 4 on the Trillium line, it's a very slight trend, but I'm noticing that it is trending downward overall. It's very slight. Based on feedback from my residents who use the service at mostly Limebank and Bowesville, actually only Limebank and Bowesville stations on that line, there have been occasional problems with waiting for a train for 24 minutes. So obviously there's a trip missed or something. And I'm wondering if, and based on that feedback, they seem to mention that there seems to be issues at South Keys, right? Overall, at the switch between lines 2 and 4. I've noticed that there have been a few times where you've just suspended service on line 4 and directed passengers to the 105 bus. Are any of these issues on lines 2 and, given the focus on line 1, are any of the issues on lines 2 and 4 perhaps being underreported, or is it just being overrepresented because we don't hear much about that line?
It's a good point. Thank you for the question, Chair. The line 2 and 4, we're very happy with the performance of the route, but it's not to say that there's not areas for improvement. So the two things that you're seeing right now in terms of the dip in its reliability, one is related to, we've had a couple problematic switches that have been repeat offenders, I would say. And one of them is at South Keys, and the other one is, I think, out near Limebank station as well. And they've resulted in some disruptions where we've had to do a loop where it's one train going back and forth between Limebank and one of the stations, and there's been times where we've had to put in replacement bus service. So that's something that is primarily an issue in the wintertime, when you typically would see a reduction in reliability at those times. But we've got action plans with our maintainer T-Next on that. The other aspect of it too, it's a little bit some lessons learned on our part in terms of our staffing model, and we need to I'll just say we need to even out where our staff are located. We're a little heavy right now on having staff, Monday to Friday, and that makes it a little lean on the weekends. So when we have situations where, there is the, cold and flu seasons going around, we don't have as many spare operators to cover off for that absenteeism or those types of things when it happens on the weekend. So we've got the right number of staff. We just need to do some reallocation. And so that's a bit of lessons learned as we're going through the first year of service. So we address those two issues, and you'll see the performance go back up. But as I said, on the switch side of things, those issues are largely happen in the wintertime, snow, ice, those types of accumulations. So, but Transit Next
has got some plans in place, and they're actively reporting to, Mark on his team. He's got an engineering team. He's got people that are dedicated for oversight activities on line 1, as well as people who are dedicated to oversight activities on lines 2 and 4, separate groups.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Thank you.
Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Just on your presentation that I received in advance, it was 22 slides, and I think the slide presentation today was about double that. Is there a revised presentation that I missed, or I missed the first half of your presentation, but it likely covered a lot of items not in this report?
So Chair, there were 2 sections to the presentation that was provided. So the section that was circulated was the KPIs, so the normal section of slides that are normally circulated to councillors. I believe I was just looking for it in my inbox, but my understanding was that the message that was sent to councillors indicated that there was some information about our work to restore rail and bus service to their regular levels that was being assembled because the data was needing to be up to the minute. And so
all I want is the full package.
Sure.
That's it. If it exists, if you could email it to me, that's all I need.
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
Not a problem.
Okay, so the overhead catenary system that Councillor Lowe is asking about, we know from past investigations there is a special microclimate that exists between Lee's Station and the river, that there's additional humidity, that condensation freezes on the line. It's a unique area compared to other points in the line. So given that yesterday's ice storm was minor on the scale of ice storms, we still had a problem. So what mitigation initiatives were already in place at this location to try and prevent what happened yesterday?
2 of the main mitigations that we put in place following the last significant disruption due to the ice event was the application of the glycol, the anti-ice treatment in that specific area. So when we hit into the colder temperatures, I'm not sure exactly when, but say sometime November till April, every 10 to 14 days they go out and manually apply this glycol treatment, and they've done it within the last couple days. They also try to do that within the yard and some other locations where they can. That, and then as well running trains frequently. Right, running trains frequently. Now we're in service, so we were running trains I believe at the time when I looked at Joel, we had 11 trains running at that time when it occurred, maybe 9.
9 trains at that
We had
time.
9 trains running. So
Sorry, it was 11 yesterday. I apologize. It was 11 because of the weather.
Yeah. So we had 11 trains running. So we need to investigate what occurred, because since we implemented the glycol treatment, we've been able to manage these types of weather events in the past. And to your point, yes, it wasn't nearly as extreme as what was originally reported that it was going to be. But yet we still had issues. So very early in the investigations, what's going on. Clearly, we need to look at some additional mitigations, because we can't rely on that glycol treatment, or I'm really snowballing ideas. Was there something with that product on that they use that for that application? Was it? I don't know if it expires or anything like that, but something wasn't right. So we need to do that investigation. And one of the major things that we are looking at doing, and we do want to move forward with it, and there's good active conversation on it, is the heat trace aspect that Councillor Lowe mentioned. We think that's going to be very effective. We know that other properties in close proximity to Ottawa have had some challenges with ice on their catenary systems, and they are moving forward with this heat trace element. So there's an opportunity for us to leverage some work that's being done in some other properties.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. The fare evasion pilot project that was mentioned as part of the presentation, are we looking to see that pilot this calendar year? And when will this committee receive a report back on the KPIs?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Chair. Yes, as I mentioned in my presentation, the sampling will start in the coming weeks. So it is absolutely the pilot is beginning. In terms of the results, my hope is to bring it back to the committee in Q2. That's the anticipated date.
Excellent. Thank you so much. the first slide on bus and O train ridership, my slide 15, but it was a different number. I don't know if we can pull that up, but again, a very basic comment here where the actual ridership for January of 2026 is not identified on the table. Meaning if I want to know what the exact number is of our ridership, I cannot tell from the slides that are provided to me. I believe I heard in the presentation that from January 2025 to January 2026, we had a decrease in ridership of 7.1%. So can staff tell me what was our ridership number in January of 2026?
Thank you for the question, Chair. That ridership in January 2026 was 6.1 million customer trips.
Okay. And then in the previous year, in January 2025, 6 point.
It was, well, 6.7% higher. I will pull up the number, have that.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. Slide 17 is the bus service reliability. Last month, and again, we have, again, data that's flat. We're not seeing improvements here. Last month, I referenced the report that Mr. Scrimger provided, again, in response to my motion. I think it was at the September meeting about how OC Trans was going to get to the 85% benchmarks for on-time performance. The report indicated a number of initiatives that, when you include all the ingredients, get us to this successful recipe of on-time performance. But how, as a transit committee member, can I be updated on the progress of those various initiatives listed in that report to ensure that we are on track to meet the target that you guys are aiming towards for delivery?
Mr. Chair, at the last meeting, Councillor Brockington did pose that question, and we undertook to prepare it. It's still in preparation. We advised the councillor recently that it would be ready in the next few weeks.
Very good, thank you. The following slide is, again, bus service reliability, and staff provides a breakdown of the trips not delivered. There are four main reasons: mechanical breakdown, operator availability, on-street adjustment, and I think that says no buses available. It would be helpful again to have the breakdown of what percentage of the total of non-delivered trips are a result. So we know what the reasons are, but again, it would be helpful to see the percentage breakdown. So again, I'll leave that with staff, but again, basic information I'd like to see. On the same slide, routes with the most trips not delivered, Route 12, 1 in 10 runs on Route 12 does just not show up. 1 in 10, followed by Route 6, followed by Route 7. These are chronically on your top 3 routes. They're not in River Ward, but that's irrespective. I'm a transit commissioner for the entire city. What do we say to the passengers who take Route 12 and or Route 6 and or Route 7 that are chronically seeing routes not show up? How do we provide them with comfort that we are taking this seriously, that there will be improvements made to these routes so that 1 in 10 bus runs on Route 12 will be a thing of the past, that there will be consistent, reliable service? What do we tell the passengers of these 3 routes and other routes where bus runs are significantly impacted and not showing up?
Thank you for the question, and I appreciate that's you've been seeing those routes and you've been seeing the challenges associated with those routes for a while, and I know that your patience has run thin on this. So you've been very clear and consistent in terms of what you want to see. You want to see some improvements in terms of the punctuality and performance of these routes. Right now, our focus has been on improving the reliability. We've taken a hit this past winter in terms of the progress that we were making. But what I'd be telling customers is that we do have solid plans to be able to improve the reliability of the service, improve improve our bus fleet, continue with the action plan that we've been talking about. By improving that, then we'll be in a much stronger situation. Our system will be more resilient. We'll have more resources, and we'll be able to adjust our resources to be able to improve the punctuality aspect of the service. And as a counselor, I guess I'd be telling our customers that you're continually to ask those questions, and you're holding the OC Transport leadership team to account to make sure we deliver on those results. But right now, our focus has been on the reliability piece, and we've been there for a while, right? We need to get our fleet up. We need to get we need to be fully staffed up. We need to get our mechanics trained on that new fleet. Confident that we're on the right path, we're on the right track, and by doing those actions, we'll see these improvements here, and then working with our colleagues in transportation planning. I think that's further to your earlier comment. The transit priority measures, both the medium and short, medium, and long-term measures, will only continue to benefit the service. So those investments that council's making will pay dividends for the service for our customers.
And just to better understand the decision making, if there was a bus run that went every half an hour or hour, the total number of runs in any given day is low compared to, let's just say, Route 6, which has probably 80 to 100 runs a day. So are these routes 12, 6, 7 your more frequent routes that are impacted because they just simply have more runs that you're able to take from and reallocate elsewhere compared to other routes that run less frequent, and there'd be a greater impact on the riders because the gap between the next bus is so much longer? Is that in layman's language?
Mr. Chair, that is definitely one of the considerations when our control center is stuck with making decisions as to which trips we're going to deliver and which ones we're not. So frequency of route is one of those considerations, as well as things like first and last trips, school trips, trips that service things like hospitals, and trips in which customers don't have other options. Those are all considerations in making those tough decisions. Unfortunately, over the winter months, with the lower bus availability and the higher number of trips that are impacted, we haven't been able to maintain those prior trips like we normally have. But those are definitely some of the considerations. So trips that run more frequently, they tend to, you would tend to see when we're really struggling, you'll tend to see more cancellations for those trips.
Thank you. My last question, Chair, is just going back to an issue I think Councillor Menard raised, and that's about the Mondays, the available buses on Mondays in particular. You said one of the issues was, I guess, something that happens on the weekend where you have less staff available to maintain the buses. I don't know if that's it, but is there any other significant factor that happens on Mondays that would explain why the number of available buses compared to other days during the week is lower than those other days? Chair Gower's been good, as we've heard, sharing data. Midweek, the numbers are well above 500, but on Mondays, consistently below 500. So other than, I guess, maintenance issues that happen over the weekend, is there anything you want to share with us today contributing to that matter?
I'll ask my colleague Chad to provide a little bit more detail, but on the weekends we do have reduced staffing levels, reduced service levels, and we need to ramp back up come Monday morning. But I think that's our primary issue is the staffing levels and some of the vacancies. But maybe Chad, if you can provide a little bit more context, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you, Troy. Thank you, Chair. I know Troy mentioned this earlier as well, just the staffing levels overall, where we're trying to attract more mechanics, attract more resource. A lot of those shifts are undesirable, and they are not as filled as they are during the week. So we are continuing to try to promote overtime. I know the maintenance team is doing their best to try to have as many people as possible support on the weekend. Thank you.
Councilor Cart.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. My first question is really about the spalling issue and the amount of trains that we have. In the media availability last week, there was a question about why we're stuck at 21 trains, but I'm not certain that I understand exactly why, it's been 6-7 weeks since the issue started, why we're continue to be stuck at 21 trains, how many trains we will need to start trial running. Are there new trains available, like, that are coming in for the extension? So, I mean, I guess the first part of that question is, in simple language, why do we continue to be stuck at 21 trains with no improvement?
We're maintaining the number of trains that we have available for services, because we're trying to manage both the kilometers on the vehicles as well as the supply of the cartridge bearing assemblies. So we know that they have a supply. We know that there's they receive cartridge bearing assemblies on a monthly basis. They receive them, but it is something that we need to manage. It's not something that's readily available that you can purchase off the shelf. These are long lead items, and they're specific to our vehicle. So we need to manage that supply of those cartridge bearing assemblies. So we shifted our focus early on from, let's try to increase the fleet with the 100,000 kilometer restriction in place, to what are the measures that we need to completely remove the 100,000 kilometer restriction so we can get the entire fleet back. And so we're progressing those conversations, and things are looking positive in terms of our ability to reassess that restriction and then allow for a return of the fleet.
But there's no timeline attached to when we think that will happen.
I have a high level timeline right now that we're trying to finalize. But the timeline I can share that, I've been public on is that with all the activities that need to happen with regards to returning our fleet as well as the stage 2 expansion, we still believe that we're on track for Q2 public service launch of the East Extension.
So Q2 is April 1st.
Q2, yeah, by end of June.
April 1st to June 30th.
Yep.
And we're expecting to have, 46 trains in service daily at that point?
46 trains is what we had planned, what we have planned for our trial running with the East Extension and the original line that we have right now, plus the extension. The trial running plan is for 46 trains.
Okay, thank you. What is the timeline for having at least 525 buses available every day so that we can return the 255 trips that have been temporarily canceled?
Mr. Chair, I previously indicated that we would see incremental improvements for the winter, and I still believe that we'll be in a much better state come April. But I think when we hit the April service change, which is mid to end of April, I think at that point we'll be very close, if not achieving that 520 number.
So is there a benchmark of average number of available buses that will need to be available before deciding to return those trips?
Mr. Chair, I want to be consistently achieving the 520 before we reinstate. Now, there may be opportunities to reinstate some of those trips, but the last thing I want to do is put them back on the schedules, have customers see them, and then us having to cancel them. Right now, they've been removed from the travel planner, so what we're providing out there, what we're advertising, we're more likely able to achieve, but recognizing that we're still not there yet. So, but I want to be consistently hitting 520 before we reinstate those trips.
Yeah, and I think that's good, because even now with 500 trips a day, we've had days where there's only been 485 buses available, so you're still canceling. So consistently available, an average of 520 would be for how long? Like 2-3 weeks, a month?
Mr. Chair, I wouldn't wait that long. I mean, if we can consistently hit 520 for a week, and then we start off Monday in a good shape, then that would be for me the precursor to be able to remove things. And listen, I don't want to make it sound like we're relying so much on the better weather, but my maintenance colleagues will tell me, and they remind me over and over again, that once you get out of the winter season, it becomes much easier to maintain your fleet of vehicles. So better weather, ongoing training of mechanics on the electric buses, onboarding of the buses, and our ongoing initiatives in the maintenance with the maintenance team, we feel we're going to be in a much better state come the April service change.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Menard had asked a question about the e-buses, the onboarding, and I think in the presentation that we were given, it showed that there's, I think, average of 20 on the street, but 64 onboarded, if I remember correctly. And Councillor Lowe asked a question about the readiness of the garage. I'm wondering if it would be helpful to explain at a subsequent transit commission all the steps that are involved. As a councillor who has 1500 Saint Laurent in my ward, I get notifications all the time, like the site plan is getting approved shortly, Hydro Ottawa is doing work, so I get all these things and I try to line them up in my head, what they mean for the fleet. But I'm wondering if it would be useful for a presentation, I don't know if the chair feels this way, to understand all the work that's needs to be done there and what it means for the fleet. I think it would be useful. In terms of the e-buses that are in use right now, the 4 original buses that were ordered early on, are all 4 of those buses currently in service, or have they had any manufacturers recalls at all?
I'll ask Dan to come provide a bit more update, but just to your earlier comment through the chair, we are planning to bring a more detailed update at the April Transit Committee meeting already on the ZEB program. But welcome the opportunity to provide more details because it is complex, and anyone who's been to our OC Transpo facility over the past couple months sees the amount of construction and activity going on. It is transformational. It's not just like we're bringing on another diesel bus. So I know Dan's got a great team, and they're excited to show off all the work that's going on that will not only improve the service in terms of reliability, but green our fleet moving forward. So Dan, over.
Yeah, and I went for a tour and I saw my colleague Councillor King went this week as well, and I do think it's useful, but that helped me to sort of understand things and line up all the emails that I get in my inbox as the ward councillor for the station, but I think it would be very helpful for others to understand that as well.
Thanks for the question, through you, Chair. On the 4 pilot buses, yes, they are within our fleet. There is a recall on the batteries. The current maximum charge is set at 75%. However, they are part of our fleet and can be put in service. We are working with the bus manufacturer to long-term have those a permanent solution to have those batteries replaced.
Okay, so are we anticipating that those could be challenges for the future of the fleet?
Thanks for the question. Obviously, there's always a risk with new technology. On the good side, all other buses have a different battery manufacturer. The 4 pilot buses has the battery manufacturer had issues. They are removing themselves from the United States. However, they are working, New Flyer is working with that battery manufacturer, with us, to ultimately have them replaced.
Okay, thanks. I think it'll be useful for us to be informed of that too, because when you look at the past history of the procurements of the hybrids and the double-decker buses and the challenges that they caused, then obviously when we're absorbing so much of this new technology, I think there is some level of concern. Can you tell me some positives you've seen so far from the new e-buses in terms of maintenance requirements, like some highlights of what the positives have been?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thanks for the question, through you, Chair. Obviously, the positive for the electric buses, obviously they are zero emission. We have been able to onboard and successfully put them into service. A lot of the bus, I would say, a good portion of the bus, 60-70%, is very standard to all of our diesel buses. So those components, our mechanics are similar with that. The biggest, ramp up on the technology is really the propulsion, which is the batteries, traction motors, which we are training our staff. We have support from the manufacturer on the training. We have support from the manufacturers, both New Flyer, Nova, on property, should we see any warranty defects. Those would be some of them.
Okay, thank you. That's uplifting. positive, I would say. There was an indication, I believe, that there's some look being taken at the scheduling of drivers. Would it be possible to let us know at a high level sort of what's being looked at? Like, is it the addition of buffer times? Is it a more, regional type approach? Is it possible to give us the high lines of which being examined? I found it interesting to look at the job description recently. You're advertising for a scheduler, and it recommended a degree in mathematics, which would take me out of the running. But I'd be interested in understanding a little bit about what's being looked at there.
Thank you. Good question. The simple answer is everything and anything, if that reassures you. I would be happy to look at your CV. We are genuinely thinking differently where we can. It's essentially a systematic but also structural review of everything. So we're looking at how we schedule, whether we do it geographically, one network. There was one of our delegates talked about the network effect. We're thinking that. So it is that sort of ground up. What do we want the transit network to be in the future? And then we build the processes to deliver it. And then all the cogs are in place to deliver the outcome that we want, which is a reliable bus that you can rely on. You go to the bus stop, it turns up when we say it will. So as Troy said, the idea is a bit of a taster. We've got the additional resources coming in terms of drivers. We're fixing the buses. We're getting more mechanics in. We're now looking at the next part of that ecosystem to get the bus to where it needs to be. But as you said, interlining, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing right. We'll look at, see what works for us. But also all the departments being a part of that solution. So drivers' hours, where we position our drivers, even what routes operate out of which garages. Everything is up for play, because there are no holy cows in making sure our buses are on time. I hope that helps.
Okay, thank you. And at what point do we anticipate rolling out changes to the scheduling? Like, would this be when we go to the winter changes? Like, would it be in time for September? Are they going to be gradually introduced, or will there be like a complete overhaul?
To answer the good question, the way to see it is whenever we see an opportunity to improve, it will be implemented. But what I was trying with my sort of Western extension is to say, don't expect radical change quickly. It's going to be systematic, driven by what's needed. So if we see an opportunity to improve, we'll take it. We did that recently with how we implement or trigger changes. And I now work directly with the scheduling team, the people that are recruiting, hence why I said I'd be more than happy to look at your CV. But your wider point about, are we excluding talent? That's not our thing, and we will change that as we need to.
Okay, excellent. I'm not sure my 25 years of federal government experience and a master's in linguistics will help you out much with scheduling. Just with respect to the mechanics and the recruitment of mechanics, is most of the work that the mechanics do evening, weekend? Like, is there more of a focus on work being done at those times rather than day shifts?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. For sure, OC Transpo, the mechanics group is seniority based. And so, work-life balance is always something that's really key for sure. So the evening shifts and the night shifts are always the shifts that are available for staff coming in. Thank you.
Okay, so it's the bulk of the work is evenings and weekends.
Yeah, I'd say the bulk of the work is Monday to Friday, lower work on the weekends. We also have lower requirements on the weekend, but yeah, it's that's the challenge for our mechanic team is we need the bulk of them when the buses are back in the garage. Right. And when they're out, primarily during the day, Monday to Friday. So there's a lot of work that needs to happen. So we're heavily focused Monday to Friday, lower staff on the weekend, we only have, well, we don't have all our garages open on the weekend. I can't believe I can't remember that right now. Is it one or two? One garage, Chad? Two?
No, it's three.
Three garages open on the weekend. So we reduce our footprint down a little bit on the weekend. But yeah, those are the shifts that tend to be where the vacancies are. But it's also when our buses are available.
Okay, but at any given time, we always have about 30% of the buses out of service and being worked on?
Around that number, yeah, I think it does fluctuate. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why you have, a spare ratio, just like you do on the rail side too. There's always maintenance requirements, legislative requirements that you need to be doing, proactive maintenance, those types of things. So you always need to have a spare ratio, but it's around that number.
Is that ideal or should it be lower?
I think the number should be lower with a more reliable fleet, with a younger fleet. You can look at having more buses in service with less of a spare ratio.
Okay, thanks. And then I'll just add one more. I know I'm out of time. What is a body technician and what are the requirements for that? Like we understand for mechanics, it's your 310T, it's a 3.5-year program, but what are the requirements? Like it was touched on in the presentation, but I didn't understand fully what that was.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. A Body Tech 310B license is a certified license for a body tech mechanic. So same type of scenario as a 310T mechanic, where you have an apprenticeship program and your required hours. Thank you.
Okay, so just a different specialization of the 310T.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. I'll let.
Councillor Leeper.
That's me. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation, everyone. That was great. I have 3 different things that I wanted to chat about. The first of them is that line, I think Councillor Carr raised it with respect to the scheduling changes and taking a look. You're looking ahead now to a post-completion world in which we can start to schedule the buses. I just wanted to explore whether or not you are looking at significant improvements in bus service. So new ways to bus in Kitchissippi Ward resulted in the loss of, a couple of our bus routes. We lost a bus route in Westboro. We lost a bus route in Mechanicsville. People live further away from a bus stop than they used to. Is the new scheduling exercise that you're going to undertake an exercise in improving route comprehensiveness and frequency, or is it really aimed just at improving the reliability of the bus service?
No, thank you for the question. It's sometimes a little hard to untangle some of it, right? There's definitely a link between the planning side of things. This focus is largely on, how we piece together the work to create a reliable network. But there is a link to how we plan and how we work with, our colleagues in transportation planning on their transit priority measures and the things we're implementing there as well too. Primarily focused on scheduling, improving reliability, but there is that planning piece to it as well too. And what we just wanted to do today was just, as I mentioned earlier, is we're not looking just at the short term in terms of our challenges. We want to address these challenges. We want to address them as quickly as possible, but we also need to take a long-term view on how we're going to sustain this moving forward. Pat's led scheduling for many, many years, and we one of the reasons why we have quarterly service changes is so we have opportunities to implement changes that will benefit the service, benefit specific routes, increase frequency, those types of things. We're still going to have these quarterly service changes, but there's a recognition that with Oliver coming on with different experience, with an additional resource into our organization, let's leverage that and let's look at what the art of the possible is. And we still do have to look at various scenarios in this. Because interline, there's some huge benefits to interlining as well, right? It's how you can be effective and efficient and reduce costs, but the challenge can also be it introduces potentially reliability issues in one part of the city when all the issues are occurring the other end of the city. So there's some trade-offs that need to be factored in. We need to look at various scenarios and what does it mean for our bus count? What does it mean for our operator count? What does it mean for what do we anticipate it meaning for reliability? And having that data to be able to make a really informed decision as to, yes, we want to go this approach or this approach. And that's something that's going to take us some time to go through all those scenarios and map it all out and be realistic.
I'm going to guess, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you're assuming the same basic level of resources made available to you by this council. That it's not you're not looking forward to a day when there is new tax and fare revenue or new support from another level of government that would allow us to actually improve route comprehensiveness, for example, restore lost bus routes, make more routes frequent. you're working within the existing paradigm?
We are working within the existing paradigm, yes. If there is additional funding from whatever source, that's something we would factor in. But, you know, to answer your point, we are operating within the existing paradigm. But if there's, you know, significant improvements and enhancement can be made for, you know, XX dollars, that is, you know, that's something that we'd foster that conversation.
Okay. I think that's definitely something that we need to look at in the next term of council is not just stabilizing and tweaking the existing level of service. We need to take a look at how we're going to dramatically improve bus service so that it is a better choice for Ottawa residents than it is today. The second question I had, a small one. I only have a perception of it because there's no trend, but the undelivered routes as a result of on-street adjustments, my perception is that that's growing as a reason for undelivered trips from month to month. Do you have an idea of whether there's a trend in that?
Thank you for the question. We saw a lot more undelivered trips due to congestion adjustments during the fall period leading up to Christmas. Since Christmas, it's been a little bit lower than before Christmas. We've had a few snow events, weather events recently that have caused that to creep up on the odd day. But overall, anecdotally, I don't have the numbers completely in front of me right now, but anecdotally, it's been better since Christmas.
I won't formally inquire about that, but if you have some sort of, I think you've been reporting that number to us for a couple of years now. I'd be interested to see whether there's a trend in the contribution of that category.
If you could just add in a little bit on that, you know, I'm probably stating the obvious at this point, but, you know, we do see more congestion related issues in the wintertime than, you know, obviously in the summertime, we benefit from, you know, vacation time and less people coming into downtown, those types of things. So there is some seasonal variability to it. You know, and then obviously one of the big factors that occurred now, it's been a bit of time now since, but, you know, the return to office mandates has increased. You know, we've seen that increase in congestion on certain routes, and other routes are performing the way they have before. Some routes are experiencing more traffic congestion than what they were previously. So we work very closely with our transportation planning colleagues and how they try to map out their developments, but as well, you know, where we can put in those transportation priority measures. And those are some things that we're really excited to move forward with, you know, this year and into next year, is, you know, the light queues and, you know, the opportunities for buses just to get out of that traffic a little bit, you know, those will be really helpful for us.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it last meeting as well, but the sooner we can start improving the performance of the 11 through Richmond Road and Somerset and Wellington, the better. I'm very excited about what has been shown to me. So the final thing that I wanted to look at was those cartridge bearing assemblies and our inventory of them. Can you let me know, have we received new inventory of those, or is our stock depleting?
Our maintainer has a consistent supply that they achieve. I'm not sure if it's on a bi-weekly basis or a monthly basis, but they have a consistent supply of cartridge bearing assemblies that come in.
Okay.
But it is something that we need them to manage. And I know there's lots of questions about our current you know, supply chain, those types of things. You know, I just want to highlight again that we will come forward and bring a detailed technical briefing on the containment plan, the measures and timelines, but we just need to advance that a little bit further. And but I'm taking note of your question, and we'll make sure that that's included.
Okay. When the spalling issue was first identified in one of those early technical briefings, you put a number on the inventory that we had, and I'm sorry, I forget what that number was, but I think it might have been like 26 or something like that.
Yeah, I think at the time when the first issue came, I think we had an inventory of 60.
60, 62.
Something like that. You know, recognizing that it's one axle, 2 cartridge bearing assemblies. So it was, you know, 30 axles, 62 cartridge bearing assemblies, 1 per axle. So there's some nuance to understanding that. But, you know, as I said, we'll bring a detailed update on that. It's not an issue. It's not affecting our ability to provide service. our focus is on that 100,000 kilometer restriction and making sure we have the right containment measures that will allow the return to the full fleet. That is the short, medium, and long-term sustainable process that we need to get to. As I said, we're committed to doing a detailed technical briefing on that. We just need a little bit more time to advance it, but progress is being made.
Okay. I think I spoke at the last transit committee meeting about the fact that the CBA replacements is a plan B, but we do need a plan B. I'm confident in the containment plan that you've outlined to us, but I just want to make sure that plan B is also advancing at the same time.
That is correct. The requirement for a sustainable solution for the original cartridge bearing assembly issue, the city has not changed its perspective in terms of what is required in that regard, and that's a redesign.
Okay. I'll look forward to more details at that technical briefing. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And we know while bus availability has marginally improved, OC Transpo did lower the daily bus requirements by cutting 225 trips in mid-January to make hitting targets more achievable, frankly. That's why I'm really pleased that once again, Councillor Carr read my mind and asked my questions, or at least part of my questions. And I just wanted to have staff reiterate the answer. So you're saying by mid-April, we can expect to see the restoration of the 255 daily trips that were cut in January?
Mr. Chair, that's what we're striving for.
Okay.
I want to achieve that. There's a few variables that are at play. We do need to get our fleet availability up. We do need to onboard more buses. We need to continue with our training. All the plans, we need to continue with our plans. But that's what I would like us to achieve. That's our target.
Okay. And I hear from residents all the time about the impact of these cuts. I'm just wondering if you can speak to the equity considerations that were factored into which trips were eliminated.
Mr. Chair, when our team are making the difficult decisions as to what trips to provide, or what trips will be undelivered and canceled, they look at the trips and they look at a few things. We try to avoid as much as possible first and last trips, school trips, trips at service hospitals, trips that are infrequent, but as well, one of the things that we also look at, and I think this gets to your question more so to your question, is the trips in where there's limited options for customers, whether it's a long walk to the next trip or there's literally not another bus that they can take. So those are all considerations that we take into it, but recognizing the state that we were in February, we weren't able to maintain all those priorities. And we've seen that continue through the winter months a little bit, but that's sort of our decision-making criteria when we're forced with those difficult decisions.
Data also consistently shows service drops during severe weather, and obviously we suffered a lot of severe weather just yesterday. What specific operational changes are being made to improve weather resilience for bus operations beyond what is already in place?
When it comes onto the bus service delivery side of things, one of the big pieces to improving our resiliency to these weather conditions is the fleet availability piece, and I keep coming back to that. We need to get our fleet availability up. We need to have a spare ratio of buses so that when we have these weather events, we have a few extra resources to be able to deploy to help mitigate issues that occur in real time, but as well, it helps with a recovery post-event. Because that's one of the challenges, one of the frustrations that we hear from customers is there's a sort of an understanding that during an event, they understand that service could be challenged, but the next day when everything's sunny and the snow is melting, those types of things, that there's an expectation that service will be perfect, or not perfect, sorry, but will be much better. And the last thing we want to be in a situation where we've used all the resources during the event and there's additional defects that we need to work through. So the increasing the fleet availability will assist in our resilience. And then I know that Joel and his team, they work very, very closely with traffic operations and Alain Gautier's team to highlight areas where we're having any challenges with regards to traction or bus issues, deploy resources to, manage maybe if there's an issue with lights, those types of things. So I work very, very closely with the traffic incident management group, traffic operations, and Alain Gauthier during an event. But largely, one of the main things we need to do is we need to increase our fleet availability, and that will increase our resilience to manage events better.
I appreciate that. And one last follow-up question involving weather vulnerability. Again, is there a specific contingency protocol for severe weather days that prioritize highest ridership routes?
Thank you for the question. So we do have a special winter storm schedule that we can activate for severe winter events, but we're very cautious to activate that schedule because it removes all of the school trips and it removes a lot of the commuter service. So although it provides resiliency for removing 60-foot buses primarily from the fleet during severe weather, it does have very serious impacts for our customers as well that we're conscious of. It does provide more service concentrated to the major arterial bus routes. So those, being our highest ridership routes are still prioritized under the winter storm schedule. But it does require some lead time. We have to have confidence that it's going to be an event that, we can support removing that school service and that commuter service. But every year we review our plans, and we'll do so again this year to see if we need to make changes for next year.
And then my last follow-up question to that might be obvious. I'm assuming that then that protocol will be adjusted if we have more resources, i.e. more buses to apply to any type of winter weather challenge that we have.
We'll definitely be especially with the changes in the makeup of the fleet as we perhaps move to fewer high capacity 60-foot buses, which, as everyone knows, are impacted on the very severe days. We may be able to provide more buses to the winter storm schedule when the articulated buses don't make up as large a percentage of the fleet in the future. So we will continue to look at that.
Thank you, Chair.
Are there any other questions right now? Councillor Carr?
Yeah, I just have a quick question, just as a follow-up on the delegation. There was a delegation that spoke about challenges finding a seat. Does OC's Transpo still issue priority seating cards? And does the driver have any role in ensuring that the person with one of those cards has a seat? Or is it dependent on the passengers in the bus to cede the seat?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So yes, you can still get a free priority seating card. And maybe just to answer the question from the delegate, absolutely. The training team already trains all new bus operators on a variety of things, including recognizing, that people have invisible and visible disabilities. Of course, if the operator is operating the bus, the primary focus is to operate the bus safely. So they can't always get up from outside their seat to navigate different challenges with customers. But absolutely, they can present the card to anyone sitting in that area without having to explain anything further.
Okay, excellent. So it should be, so is it more up to the customer to demonstrate the card, or can the customer show it to the driver? Like, is there any role for the driver at all? I'm just trying to understand, because we do get questions like that as counselors. And so I just want to make sure I have the correct information.
It's definitely not the operator's job to enforce it. That's for sure. And they're intended to stay behind their seats, to stay behind their barrier and operate the bus safely. If there's something wrong, they can of course call the transit control center. A supervisor can come. There's lots we can do to support, but the operator is intended to stay in their seat.
Okay, so there's messaging that should be going out to the customers. I know we have signs on the bus. I know that there are sometimes recorded messages, but really it's contingent on people who are taking the bus to recognize when somebody needs a seat that they should be offering the seat, correct?
I'm going to defer that question to my colleague, Bart, on communicating that out.
I'm sorry, Chair, I missed the question. Could you please repeat? I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Essentially, it's up to customers on the bus to recognize when somebody needs a seat and to offer that seat. Correct? It's not the driver's responsibility to make sure that somebody who needs a priority seat has the seat. It's up to people that are in the bus to recognize that somebody may need a seat, whether they have visible or invisible disabilities, correct?
I think it's slightly more nuanced than that, Chair. So there are decals within the buses that identify that priority seating is for the priority of certain individuals. I think the bus operator plays a role. So I think what I can say is that we've been participating in consultations on the development of OC Transpo's new accessibility plan, and some of the concerns that were raised by the delegate were also brought to us through that process. So we're working with the city's accessibility office to see if we can find ways to promote. I think there are campaigns that help to make invisible disabilities more visible, in addition to the priority seating card, to see what we can do to raise awareness generally and sort of avoid the problem before it even begins by creating a more widespread awareness of the existence of invisible disabilities and the fact that they do require priorities. And so that's efforts that we're taking to try to help people make the right decision in the moment. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, and it's not the first time it's come up. I appreciate that the delegate came out today, and as someone who's the council liaison to the Accessibility Advisory Committee, it is something I've heard about multiple times. So I think some clarifications are appreciated. I think you're presenting the COMAP. Are you presenting at the next Accessibility Advisory
I won't personally, but so members of the Transit Advisory Working Group will be there, along with members of my staff to speak to that issue and to engage in that discussion with the Accessibility Advisory Committee.
Okay, excellent. Thanks for that.
Okay, I just have a couple things. I don't see any other questions. One was I've had several people ask about the small number of trains at Moody Station and whether or not they can be redeployed to help with the increase the fleet number.
Mr. Chair, I know that people are seeing those trains there, and the issue is that those trains had to be taken apart to be delivered to that location. We don't have a way of getting them all the way back on the line right now, so it'd be a considerable undertaking to disassemble the trains and then reassemble them back to be used in service. And there are requirements for them over there now. They haven't been heavily used, but they've done some static testing in the yard. They've moved them into the maintenance and storage facility. There's been a few activities, and we anticipate in the coming days to weeks that you're going to start to see movements in the West End on those. So there's a requirement for them to be there, and it would be very difficult to get them. Well, anything is achievable, but it's not just as simple as loading on a flatbed and dropping it on the track over here. There's quite a bit of work that would have to, as I said, to disassemble and reassemble the trains.
Okay. You've given us a few hints, I guess, today and at last week's media briefing about the revised containment plan that you're working on. And earlier staff referred to a multi-layered approach. And I just want to acknowledge what we have all been hearing, and OC Transpo as well, from customers, from counselors, from the media. It is frustrating to look at the number of trains week to week and not see that number change. There's been consistently 15 single trains on the track meeting your planned service, and that number's been around 20, 21. It is frustrating. I know there's a ton of work happening behind the scenes, right? It's like the metaphorical duck who on the surface of the water looks pretty calm, not doing much, but underneath those legs are flapping. Those legs are moving. There's a lot happening. I just want to ask that at the technical briefing that is coming up soon on this new multi-layered revised containment plan, that you give us as much information as possible about what that work has been over the last, I think it's been 12 weeks, because it was December where the spalling issue was first identified, who's been involved, who you've spoken to, the third-party experts that OC Transpo is working with, the other transit agencies that you've been conferring with. I really want to see what that work has been, and I understand why you're not ready to present that today, but we need to see that, and the public needs to see that at the technical briefing coming up.
Yes, Chair, we can definitely provide that information. Great analogy. I think Marco and I are each one of the legs of the duck. So I
Yeah.
think we can definitely provide more context on all the work that's being done. And I know it's frustrating for customers and councillors to see the train number steady, but as Troy mentioned, it's really a balance to ensure that those trains are balanced on the mileage, the CBA inventory, and making sure that we're trying to work to progress to lift that 100K. So at the technical briefing, we can absolutely provide some more details on the work that we've been doing.
Okay, we're getting the ducks in a row, so to speak. Okay, that's the end for this item. Do we need to formally carry this or receive it? No? Okay. I just want to ask our committee coordinator to remind us about our quorum numbers and where are we at right now in relation to quorum, because we're close.
Chair, our quorum is 5 members and we're currently at 6 with Councillor Hill being online.
Okay, so we're at 6 now. We need 5. Okay. Yeah, we're at 6 now. I just want to ask for anyone who is joining online to try to keep your camera on so we can keep track of that. We are going to give everyone a 15-minute break right now, so staff has a chance to reset. It is 12:35, so 12:50, please. We will continue with the next item. Thank you to staff for your presentation and your answers on that. 15. 12:50.
Oh.
12:50. There you go.
Okay, thank you, Chair Gower. Bonjour à tous. So joining me today is Jocelyn Daigle, the Deputy Director of the Rail Construction Programme, and we are pleased to be here to present to the committee on the progress that we are making in expanding Ottawa's O-Train network. Next slide, please. And the next slide. Oh, that's good. I am pleased to say that we continue to make positive progress on the East Extension. Last week, substantial completion was achieved. This comes after successful reviews from both the city and the independent certifier. Je suis heureux d'annoncer que nous continuons
I'm pleased to announce that we are continuing to advance with the construction of the East Extensions. Last week, the substantial completion was achieved. This was done following examinations by the city and by the independent certifier.
I recognize that this has been a long-awaited milestone to reach, and we sincerely thank East End residents, business and councillors for your patience. For the last few years, while the construction work has taken place on the East Extension, we are fully aware that you have navigated and lived through all the dust and dirt, the noise and vibrations, and the traffic and transit disruptions in your communities. Having now achieved substantial completion, RTM is responsible for the maintenance of the new extension. Currently, a familiarization period is underway for RTM. This is the best industry practice and was used successfully for the launch of lines 2 and 4. This allows RTM to have hands-on experience of the many systems, equipment setups, and infrastructure, and commence their preventative maintenance responsibilities. During this time, OC Transpo staff and other stakeholders are also becoming familiar with the new stations. This will help ensure that our frontline teams are ready to welcome customers when the new extension opens. Prior to moving to the trial running phase, we will host a technical briefing to cover the details of how trial running will work. Next slide, please. Before we move into the trial running phase, there are several prerequisites that need to be achieved first. As you can see on the screen, we have completed the first 4 prerequisites. As mentioned previously, the trial running phase will only start when there is an appropriate number of vehicles required for trial running. The second outstanding action is to have the trial running oversight resources deployed. Currently, there are several oversight teams on standby waiting for the word that we are ready for trial running. And the last item refers to pre-trial running, which is designed to validate that the system and stakeholders are ready for trial running, and to allow for any final preparations or adjustments ahead of the formal trial running stage. This is expected to last 5 days, and the system must perform at the level required for trial running for 3 consecutive days. Trial running will then proceed for a minimum of 21 days. During the pre-trial running and trial running periods, revenue service will continue on the existing segment of Line 1, with passengers disembarking at Blair Station. The trains running between Blair and Trim stations will not carry passengers. Next slide, please. As with all major construction projects, there will be activities that will continue after substantial completion. This means residents may see work occurring as we continue to get ready for customers. Work taking place from now until revenue service includes a software update to the train control system and some adjustments to platform edge cameras. As well, work will continue after revenue service on items such as landscaping, the final paving on the Highway 174, and other finishing works. Next slide, please. Some ongoing impacts in the east that I would like to highlight include the final roadworks on Highway 174, ramps, and adjacent roads. These works are being planned to minimize the impact on transit and traffic. There will be lane and ramp closures on Highway 174 to perform paving, ditching, and landscaping works. As well, there will be periodic lane closures to Montreal Road, Orleans Boulevard, Champlain Street, and Jeanne d'Arc Boulevard for sidewalk and station work. Next slide, please. In terms of an update for the Stage 2 fleet, which encompasses 38 Alstom Citadis vehicles, we have 7 that are in production, 1 that is in dynamic testing, and 30 have been accepted. Thank you. I will now pass the presentation over to Jocelyn. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my name is Jocelyn Daigle, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Rail Construction Program. I will be providing a progress update on the Stage 2 West Extension. Bon après-midi. Aujourd'hui, nous allons revoir ensemble un
Today
survol
we
du
will
progrès de la
have a look at the progress of the West Extension construction.
Station photos. We'll give just a general update of station progress in the West. So station construction is advancing well. Structural work is nearing completion at all stations with finishing works ongoing. Currently, the focus or the theme of activities is really centered on testing and commissioning of various systems and elements such as CCTV cameras, fire alarms, and lighting. Elevators and escalators have all been installed and are being commissioned. Similarly, fare gates and ticket vending machines are almost all installed, and then commissioning will follow. We've obtained our first occupancy permit in the West, which is exciting. That was for the Algonquin Bus Operator Building. As construction progresses, we will continue to work with Building Code Services and Ottawa Fire Services to obtain the occupancy permits and fire life safety approvals for all stations, LMSF buildings, bus operator buildings, and traction power substations or TPSSs. Bus loop construction is underway as well at Algonquin, Bayshore, Moody, Pinecrest, Lincoln Fields, and Westboro stations. We'll continue through this year, and we're expecting to be near completion of the bus loops by the end of the year. So now if we go through the stations individually, we'll start on Line 1 West from Tunney's going westwards. So our first station is Westboro. Here we're doing testing and commissioning activities, finishing architectural works, and installation of fare gates and ticket vending machines. Next slide, please, to Kitchissippi Station. Here we're doing testing and commissioning of mechanical and electrical systems and elevator testing. Next slide, we'll just take a peek at the Kitchissippi McCann Parkway itself. So the parkway is in its final configuration with final resurfacing and curb works pending, except for the connection at Dominion Avenue. At this location, the westbound parkway is reduced to 1 lane, and it will remain in this configuration until after revenue service to allow for critical bus connectivity to Dominion Station. This photo shows at the bottom the east portal, so the connection into our Parkway cut and cover tunnel. This is by Rochester Fields. On the left-hand side, you see the Parkway, and then at the top is that Dominion connection. If we move to the next slide, we're at Sherbourne Station. At Sherbourne, we're working on communication systems and pulling cables, and as you can see in the photo here, platform display installation. Next station, New Orchard Station. Here, similarly, we're doing testing and commissioning activities. What we can see in the photo on the left-hand side is some backfilling operations and waterproofing activities on the tunnel walls. Next slide, please. We have just an overview to begin of Lincoln Fields Station. So on the bottom side, you can see the existing bus loop that's in operation. On the top, you see the new bus loop being constructed. So on this new bus loop, the platforms have been completed and the bus shelters are being installed. Paving is constructed, and there's top lift paving to follow this year. Next photo, so we have a closer view of Lincoln Fields Station. We can see on the right-hand side a bus platform under that orange tarp that has since been poured. Next slide, please. We have Queensview Station. So Queensview, we're doing mechanical and electrical works and interior finishing. Next slide, please. Pinecrest Station. So here we're doing testing, commissioning, plaza works, and working as well on the bus loop and the bus platforms. We move on to Bayshore Station. Bayshore is one of our most advanced stations. We're doing testing and commissioning of communication systems. We're doing elevator testing. Fare gates and ticket vending machines have been installed, and the remaining ones are being installed on the concourse level. In this photo, we can see the platform, we can see the guideway, and those posts that we see sticking out. Those are for an inter-track barrier that separates the eastbound and westbound tracks. Next station, we have Moody. So this is our westmost station. Testing and commissioning activities are underway, and the ticket vending machines are being installed. Next slide, we're going to jump to line 3. So here we have Algonquin Station, also part of sort of the three-way tie for most advanced stations. Here we have testing and commissioning activities taking place and commissioning of the elevators and the escalators. And our last station, Iris, which is also in our three-way tie for most advanced station. Testing and commissioning underway. What we see in the photo here on the left-hand side, these are the ticket vending machines that have been installed. Sort of in the foreground there, those are the fare gates that are installed but protected by plywood and 2x4s. And so now if we move in to our next slide, Revitalizing Richmond Road. Les travaux se poursuivent dans le cadre du projet de la rue complète du chemin
This is the Complete
Richmond.
Street project.
The Revitalizing Richmond Road project will modernize approximately 2 kilometers of Richmond Road and Byron Linear Park between McEwen and Cleary Avenues. This initiative will replace aging critical underground utilities such as water and sewer mains. It will enhance safety and connectivity with new pedestrian and cyclist pathways, green spaces, and additional plaza spaces, transforming the area into a vibrant community hub. With a segment of the LRT Parkway Cut and Cover Tunnel and 2 LRT stations, Sherbourne and New Orchard, falling within the footprint of the Revitalizing Richmond Road project, these works were strategically bundled together. This allows for traffic closures to be optimized to construct both LRT and Richmond Road infrastructure concurrently and expedites the delivery of the final product of an improved Richmond Road and Byron Linear Park. We recognize that the ongoing construction has been disruptive to residents, local businesses, and commuters in the area. We thank everyone for their continued patience as we continue to progress the construction of these valuable works, and we remain committed to continue to work with residents and local businesses to mitigate any disruptions where possible. So if we go through the content on this slide, we wanted to give a quick overview of kind of successes that we achieved in 2025. So Richmond Road was brought into its permanent alignment from McEwen to Allison Avenues with bidirectional traffic. In addition, we completed the replacement of underground utilities, along Richmond Road between McEwen and Ancaster. So on the program for this year, 2026, construction activity will focus on Byron and extending the permanent alignment of Richmond further east. Byron will be closed to general traffic between Richardson and Compton as early as March 30th through to the fall, while crews perform asphalt removals, water main and sanitary sewer replacements, grading, paving, and traffic reconfiguration. We'll also be working on underground utilities by Sherbourne Station, and the deep utility work at Cleary Avenue will continue. Next slide, please. So as part of the Revitalizing Richmond Road project, we have a full closure of Woodruff coming up. So Woodruff Avenue will be fully closed to motor traffic vehicles just on the north side of Richmond, so between Richmond and Deschênes Streets, starting as early as Monday, March 30th until the fall of this year. This closure is needed to perform upgrades and relocations to vital community infrastructure and improve the connectivity at this complex intersection. I do want to reiterate that this is an extremely complex and congested intersection with multiple utilities in place, often in close proximity and/or conflict, including water main, sanitary and stormwater lines, hydro, gas, bell, traffic signals, and street lighting, to name some. This full closure of this section of Woodruff is needed to build the north intersection, including underground utilities, flatworks, paving, constructing the new cycle track, and the protected pedestrian crossings. So while this closure is in place, there will be detours implemented for northbound and southbound vehicle traffic. Access to the KZM Parkway will be available using Island Park and Carling Avenues. The intersection will remain open for eastbound and westbound vehicle traffic. Access to local businesses will be maintained using the westbound local access route on Richmond Road. Pedestrian access will be maintained as well on Woodruff during the closure. Transit impacts have been coordinated as well, including rerouting a small section of bus route 87. If we move into our next slide, so now we'll give an overview of progress in the West. Since our last construction on the West was in September, we would like to highlight some of our accomplishments in the last 2 quarters. Nous aimerions profiter de souligner le progrès réalisé
We'd like to present to you the progress made since our last update on the progress in the West.
So if we start at the top on the track side, all track has been installed. So that's 36 kilometers of linear track. For the overhead catenary system, all poles have been installed. So that's 314 poles on the main line, plus an additional 50 poles in the LMSF yard. The overhead catenary system itself is at approximately 65% complete. So it's been installed from the west end at Moody, all the way to Lincoln Fields and down to Algonquin. In the tunnels, we have some great progress as well. So the dry fire line has been installed. Maybe just for info, a dry suppression system includes pipes that are dry and pressurized. The idea is that in case of emergency, when a sprinkler head activates, the pressure drops and water is discharged through the pipes. So dry fire lines are also used on stage 1 and are designed specifically for unheated areas where freezing is a concern. Also in the tunnels, we have all jet fans installed. So you can see those on the bottom photo. They're very large and impressive units. So there's 32 in all. And overhead catenary system in the tunnel, which is an overhead catenary rail or OCR. And it's a rail that's mounted on the ceiling of the tunnel to provide the power supply to the trains through the tunnels, has all been installed. So that's 2.9 kilometers, just under 3. In the stations, we have our first occupancy permit in hand, as mentioned earlier, for the Algonquin station, Bob. If we move on to the next slide. So for an overview of West activities, ongoing activities include installation of the overhead catenary system. So we're going to extend what's been installed already at Lincoln Fields eastwards to Tunney's pasture. That will ultimately connect into the stage 1 infrastructure. Overhead catenary system electrification is underway. Train testing as well is taking place in the LMSF yard and will extend on the main line to Bayshore Station. Station works and occupancy permits are continuing. Within the tunnels, we have cable pulling ongoing, and we are commissioning the tunnel ventilation systems, including those large jet fans that we saw on the previous slide. Starting in the spring, we'll begin communication-based train control testing, or the CBTC testing. As well, we'll be doing bus loop testing, so at Algonquin, Lincoln Fields, Moody, and Westboro stations. We will resume civil works as well at all MTO highway interchanges of the 417. If we move into our next slide. So this spring, as the weather warms up, civil and road works will pick up and we will see more traffic impacts. All traffic closures are being planned and coordinated to minimize impacts to traffic while ensuring information is shared with customers to help plan their journeys. For the traffic impacts that we'll be reviewing together, where changes to bus routes are needed, these are being developed such that existing schedules can accommodate detour routing and no schedule changes are needed. So we start at the top. We have the Pinecrest interchange on the 417. These 3 areas are the highway works impacts. So at Pinecrest, we will have lane reductions on the 417, both in the eastbound and westbound directions. And that's to perform foundation work for overhead signs that go in the median. So those left-hand fast lanes will be closed or reduced for a period starting in the spring. As well, at that location, we'll have the closure of the northeast on-ramp and the northeast bus-only on-ramp, and that's for sidewalk construction. At Holly Acres, we will have reduction of the northbound lanes on Holly Acres, and that's to complete intersection works. As part of the work, the east sidewalk will be closed, but the west will remain open. And at Moody, starting in the spring, we'll have closure of the south to west on-ramp, and that's to perform flat works and guardrail installation. If we can move to our next slide, we'll go through a similar overview of traffic impacts for roadworks. So at Richmond Road, as we sort of touched on earlier, there will be multiple closures for the Revitalizing Richmond Road project. The second line here, Byron, is also associated with the Revitalizing Richmond Road project, where we have sections of Byron closed. Traffic is rerouted onto Richmond. There's a current closure in place from Richardson to Harcourt. And later this spring, we'll have Richardson through to Compton closed as well. And our last item here, we have Carling, where westbound lane reductions off-peak will be in place so that we can complete flat works and intersection works at Lincoln Field Station. So, merci, Monsieur le Président. Là, je vais vous repasser
Thank you so
à
much.
Richard, qui va nous
I will
présenter
give the floor to
l'estimation
Richard.
des déficits anciens de l'Ouest.
It will provide
ainsi que
you
la
some information
perspective. So thank you,
concerning
Mr.
the
Chair. I will
O-Train
hand
West
off to Richard,
estimated
who will walk us
timeline.
through the O-Train West estimated timeline and an update on the South.
Okay, thank you, Jocelyn. So we're going to go through, a summary of the work that's expected throughout 2026 and into 2027. So there has been a shift from previous timelines that were presented. So we have completion of the track works and system installation. So we know where we are and where we thought we were going to be, and so there has been a shift in that first item for the systems installation, particularly the OCS installation. So we're anticipating Q3 for that to be complete. For the system-wide commissioning, that is underway, but because of the shift in number 1, we have a shift in number 2 to Q1 2027. Operations and maintenance training, that will also mirror the system-wide commissioning, and so the intent there is to have all our personnel, the right number of personnel in terms of operators and controllers when we need them, which would be for item number 4, which is the EWC handover to the city, which is now forecast for Q2 2027. The final item covers those activities for preparations for opening, including trial running, more exercises and drills, and ultimately revenue service, which is now scheduled for Q3 2027. This change reflects updated planning that incorporates the remaining scope of work, including ongoing construction, system installation, integration, and extensive testing, which is required before the extensions can safely and reliably enter our service. Our team continues to work with the builder to explore ways of advancing this schedule, and we will continue to provide project timelines through our regular updates at committee and council. We will also provide a more detailed explanation of the works outstanding in the West in June. Next slide, please. In the next couple of slides, I'll give a brief update on the work that is ongoing on lines 2 and 4. Next slide, please. So Transit Services continues to work closely with TNext to close out all remaining activities for lines 2 and 4, which include the bearing condition monitoring system. So the design and construction of this system was completed last year, and we're still in the testing and commissioning phase of this system before we can fully operationalize. There is the work ongoing with the conformal frog. A final design and work plan has been completed for the locations at Beach and Brookfield. Coordination with Alstom is ongoing, particularly in the last few weeks as we try and focus in on dates and contingency dates for that work, and that work is expected to take place this spring, as we have previously communicated. For the locomotive video and voice recorder work, progress is continuing with the supplier to address remaining outstanding issues to ensure that we have full compliance with Transport Canada regulations. And then finally, we have landscaping. Most of the landscaping along line 2 has already been completed, but deficiency inspections will commence in the spring, with final landscaping occurring through the summer. Staff are also currently evaluating possible improvements to Linebank Station to enhance passenger needs and usability, which is in response to Vice Chair DeRoche's inquiry at the February Transit Committee meeting. Next slide, please. Before I conclude, I want to sincerely thank my team and all our partners and colleagues across the city who contributed to the progress we continue to make in extending rail service in the city. Achieving substantial completion in the East Extension reflects many years of planning, construction, coordination, and technical expertise across our teams, partners, and contractors. This milestone belongs to all of them, and this achievement represents a major step forward in delivering expanded rail network that our city is anticipating. Thank you, and this concludes our Stage 2 presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for the update. There are a couple questions from committee members, starting with Councillor Tierney.
Great. Good morning, or I guess good afternoon. And forgive me, I'll just throw my earpiece in. Hopefully, you can hear me okay. So this is a revelation, which is good news. So I guess first question is, I heard 38 cars plus 7, if that's correct. My understanding, do we have 38 available now, or where does that number come from? If I can get a little more breakdown on that.
Thank you for the question through the chair. Can I just ask for a clarification? Are you talking about the number of vehicles that are available or that are required for trial running, or are you talking about the number of vehicles that are available now?
The number of vehicles available now, and how do you anticipate to get to that 38 plus 7 in that short window?
The current number of trains that are available for service right now is 20. And what we're working on right now is finalizing a containment plan and mitigations that would allow for a return of the full fleet, which would then allow us to get into trial running.
Great, thank you. Obviously, there'll be more of a technical briefing, I was told, that will be coming up in the future, so we can see more of the rollout. I anticipate there'll be a further one that we can share with the public as East End councillors.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there will be a technical briefing on the spalling issue and the containment plan, followed by a separate technical briefing on the details around trial running.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then that was my other concern that I'd raised at previous meetings, was it's got to be contiguous. It's got to run from Tunney's straight through to Trim, as we know. Did we get an exemption to be able to do that run from Tunney's to Blair and then have people disembark? And part 2 of my question would be, what will that look like? Do we have mitigation measures for people that say, you know what, we paid for this train, we've waited long enough, I'm not getting off this thing? How are we going to handle that kind of situation?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. In relation to the question about an exemption for having the trains running to Blair and then passengers disembarking, we don't consider that an exemption. The project agreement was very clear that the trial running would proceed with passengers being carried in the existing territory, so Tunney's to Blair. But then beyond that, we would be providing the correct level of service. So the number of trains that we would need as if we were carrying passengers, but there will not be passengers on that East Territory. And so in terms of the challenge of ensuring that we don't have people that are carried from a train that stops at Blair and then continues into the east, we will have customer service reps that will do sweeps of the train, and we will have signage, and we'll be encouraging people and providing information, first of all through the technical briefing, but also as we approach trial running, just to make sure that people are aware that that is the last station. And we are expecting that there'll be a number of people who may be confused by that, but we're also following what has been the current operations for several years, where people get off at Blair.
Correct. And again, no problems with that. I just look forward to more of what that will look like. And I'm glad it's not an exemption. I would have thought, well, that's kind of odd, but at the same time, that's good news. So again, my concerns really lie on how we're going to get to those number of vehicles. I think I've been pretty public about that. Also looking at, I'm very happy to hear we can go to Blair and then people disembark. But if, for example, on day 20 out of 21, you have to hit reset, obviously we just continue on, and it might take us 41 days instead, which is fine, again. But is that how it would work after a failure point? I just don't want to see us cut corners like we did in stage 1. I think that was identified quite clearly. I want to make sure we have a full trial run. So can you break that down and unpack it for me?
Thank you, through the chair, for the question. If I may, I think we can cover all those details when we get to the technical briefing for trial running. In answer to that specific question, we have an agreed upon trial running plan that deals with that situation that you're currently bringing forward. But I think presenting the whole plan in a comprehensive fashion, talking about the criteria that are going to be applied during trial running, as well as some of the logistical considerations. I think if we do that in a formal forum during the technical briefing, I think we'll be able to answer all the questions that we have.
Okay, because because I see that as truly the one issue. It's one thing over the summer if you guys are able to say, or we're going to start testing, but I'm having a hard time squaring how, if that is the case, that is the one question, is will this, so basically we're going to have to wait till a technical briefing to find out if that 20 days or 21 days plus whatever it is, plus 29 could extend. If there is an issue with the line, what kind of issue would it be? I understand there's different issues. Medical probably wouldn't count. But let's say we had a situation like yesterday, that would probably hamper the progress and have to start the clock again. Would it not? I think the public needs to know that one kind of now rather than hold off, because it's all about planning in the future. Over the summer, it's one thing when it's lesser loads. It's another thing when we're talking about everyone going back to work and school coming back in. If we know it could be 40, 50, 60 days, continue on for a couple months for full passenger service in the East, we really have to plan that out sooner than later. So if you can't answer that, I think the public needs to know when that technical briefing is, and it probably should be pretty soon, I would think, would it not?
Thank you for the question, and we're very eager to inform councillors when that technical briefing will take place. But what we need to have in place first is an understanding of when the vehicles will be available to perform the trial running. So that really is the next step.
So will there be a commitment to when that technical briefing date will be? Can we not figure that out before the end of this meeting? I think that's kind of critical, because I want to plan my life around that. Because that's kind of where we're really focused is, are we going to saw it off at the end of the trial running date if there's an issue in between? It really comes down to that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, maybe I can jump in here a little bit. We really do want to provide a date for when these two technical briefings can happen. But I really need to focus on finalizing the containment plan, which would allow for the return of the fleet, the lifting of the 100,000 kilometer restriction. And then once that's done, then we can solidify those two dates. We're making good progress, and I think we are close to being able to schedule that date. We need to finalize that containment plan in order to schedule dates. And I know that's frustrating because this has been lasting for a long time, but we are getting very, very close to being able to schedule those two technical briefings.
Okay, great. And sorry, you just mentioned something about 100,000 kilometers. Can you unpack that a little bit? I'm just unsure what you mean by that.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm just referring to the operating restrictions in accordance with the safety note. That's currently limiting the fleet, the number of vehicles that are available for service.
Okay, so would that impact the ability to be able to turn the system on, do you think? Or do you think you're going to try to achieve the 38 based on our current practice of replacing and doing what we have to do?
Our focus is on putting the right measures in place so that operating restriction, that 100,000 restriction, can be lifted. And
Okay.
once that is lifted, then that unlocks the ability to have access to the entire fleet. There'll be obviously some work that needs to happen to bring all the fleet back, but that shouldn't be a terribly long period of time.
Okay, well, thank you. I do have more questions, but I'll turn the floor over. Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me the time. It's very important to the East End councillors. And if you could keep us abreast of when that date is, I think that's critical, because there's still 3 looming questions. But thank you for being honest and transparent today.
Okay, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. So I know you wouldn't tell Councillor Tierney, but would you tell me when is the technical briefing? Alors, pendant la présentation, nous avons parlé
during the presentation, you talked about the availability of the cars in order to launch the service. But we didn't talk really about the operators. Do we have enough car operators to launch the service on the east side? Yes. This was an issue with the Trillium line. Thank you so much.
Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. First question, are there any photos of the underground portion of baseline? Is just a fun curiosity question. Do those photos exist? Or are you not generally allowed to go down there? Algonquin Station, sorry.
Thank you for the question. I don't know that we have photographs here that we can bring up right now, but we do have photographs of the underground portion south of baseline. So there was a section of tunnel that was constructed at the same time that Algonquin College was constructed. And then our station that has been built as part of stage 2 is built to the south of that.
Yeah.
But that's something we can take away.
Yeah, for future, it changes nothing really. It's not life changing, but it's a fun thing to see. In terms of actual question, if there was a scenario for the West Extension, if there was a scenario where the Algonquin Station section and the Moody Station section had to be opened separately, let's say there were just some discrepancies in timeline, is that possible? If that had to happen?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. We have not explored that opportunity or that scenario, that contingency plan as yet. I mean, the intent really is to open both sections at the same time. There is certain complexity to how vehicles will be moving at Lincoln Fields, because obviously as vehicles travel west through the system, they get to Lincoln Fields and then they'll either extend to Moody or they'll head down south to Algonquin. So as part of the testing and commissioning program, we will be running many different kind of operational scenarios at that location to make sure that the system is running well. So it feels that it's unlikely that we will get to a place where one line is ready and the other line's not. We want to make sure that the whole system is ready. So that's not to say that we go towards the end of the year and there may be something that comes up that would really push us to consider a contingency plan where we would open one line in advance of the other, but it's certainly not, that's not on the cards right now.
No, understood. Just something if, right? It's a big if. Are we at a point right now, last question, are we at a point right now where we generally know what the service will look like for the Western Extension yet? Like, is it every other train? Will they alternate between lines 1 and 3 going out, or could there be times where service is truncated and you have to transfer into the main line or something?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're probably not fully up to date on our service plan because there's been the more recent decision by council to increase service at off-peak times on line 1, which we'll have to carry through to the west. But the basics is that every second train, one will go to line 1 to Algonquin, one will go to on line 3 to Moody. Most trips will go all the way to Trim on the east end. Some will turn back at Blair, consistent with the original direction of council when the project was built. And late at night, after night classes are over, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, when there's only 15-minute service on the core part of the line, then line 1 will operate through from Trim to Algonquin, and line 3 will be a shuttle train from Lincoln Fields to Moody, using the third track at Lincoln Fields.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Thank you.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. My question is on the delays on the West Extension. Does that constitute any form of contractual breach? Are there any financial implications to that situation?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. So it is the responsibility of the contractor, EWC, to provide up-to-date schedules with key milestones indicated. And so it's really within the last several weeks that they've indicated to us that there has been some slippage in the schedule. So the contractual position from the city is we are asking for recovery schedules So we are asking them to look at their schedules, and we are working with them very closely to see how the slippages that have been identified can be mitigated. Inevitably, there will be some contractual discussions about the change in SC date, and they will be ongoing probably for several weeks and months.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm keen to continue this discussion because certainly I don't want to see multiple iterations of slippage not go unrepresented in that contract, because at the end of the day, it's our residents that are not getting access to that service that we're paying for. So thank you very much for those comments.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I just want to give a thank you to the whole Stage 2 team who I work with very regularly. You can see the implications in Bay Ward with 7 new stations coming in, plus the work on Richmond Road revitalization project at the same time. So it's massive, and it's been very, very difficult for residents. So I appreciate this update. One of the big concerns lately, and I want to thank the team again for cooperation on the motion from yesterday in council, was the short notice on a major closure at Woodruff and Richmond. This is for an 8-month closure of that intersection, which not only affects the residents of Woodruff North and the small businesses, but the entire city, really, because it's a major route to get to the KZM. So I just want to know how progress is being made to improve communications and work at finding ways to speed up this lengthy closure, because I'm very concerned. This can't be just a 9 to 5 days a week thing when it's so important, and we need it to be prioritized. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair, for the question. I think over the last few days, last couple of weeks, Councillor Kavanagh, there have been a number of meetings, and we've certainly appreciated your engagement and your team's engagement and providing feedback on the plans that we've had in place for the work that's taking place in 2026. So the current plan that we have, which I would say is unmitigated, allows for a 5-month period. So we're expecting that work would start at the end of March and go through April, May, June, July, and August, where we would be maintaining east-west movements for people traveling on Richmond and Byron, but then people from the north would not be able to access through Woodruff Avenue, but there are kind of alternative detours in place. For that 5-month period, then we're in receipt of the motion, and so we have already started the dialogue with east-west connectors in terms of what is it that we can do to improve on that schedule, on that 5-month schedule. It's a complicated piece of work. I know that for a lot of people, contractors go in, they dig a hole, they fill it up, they dig it a hole again, and then they fill it up. And it can be very, very frustrating for people watching from the sidelines. But we have a number of elements of work that are taking place in a very confined area. There is certainly work, or there is the ability for EWC to extend their working hours. Currently, we're working on 5 days. They could extend that to 7 days. We're exploring that. We're exploring the possibility of night work, where that would be appropriate and where that would be approved by yourself. But there are lots of other stakeholders as well. So we have key utilities, we have Enbridge, and we have Hydro that we'll be reaching out to express the need to have some dialogue over how can they get engaged in any expedited work. And similarly, we have our own partners within the city. So we have Drinking Water Services and their water crew teams that will be working on the water main in that intersection. And we also have our signaling team and ultimately the street lighting teams. They also will be engaged. And so we've started those dialogues. it's going to take some time for us to all get round a table and look at what the art of the possible is and see how we can sequence work. Unfortunately, it's not a case of we just have everybody in there for 1 month. It's just too confined an area. So what is required is, close coordination of work, commitment from the various stakeholders in achieving their time slot when they have access to do the work, and tracking the progress. So we're expecting over the next 2 or 3 weeks to kind of come up with that a mitigated schedule, so that we can come to you and with some confidence and say, we believe that we can beat that 5-month period, but we just need a little bit of time to come back. So there's a 5-month period where there is no north-south movement through Woodruff. But then the expectation with an unmitigated schedule was that once we get into September and October, there would be a period of time where people traveling southbound on Woodruff would be able to do a little detour around the construction area, but then head south on Woodruff. And still the east-west movements are maintained. And we know that access for the businesses, both on the east side of Woodruff and also on the west side, is very important. And so, we're pledging to maintain that access at all times. And we're looking forward to getting through to November and December, when that northern part of Richmond Road through the Woodruff Avenue, including on the north side of Woodruff Avenue, is in its final state, with all the plant and equipment installed, street lighting in place, signaling equipment in place, all the utility work completed, the new cycling facilities being available, and the new pedestrian crossings being available. So that's what we're looking forward to in the kind of November, December timeline. And if there's an opportunity through the work that we do with all the stakeholders to advance that, we will do that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I realize it's going to take a lot of choreography and cooperation. Just by chance, I talked to Hydro Ottawa yesterday, and they were in the building. Just to mention it too, drive that point home. We need all hands on deck to be ready to go when it's their turn, because it can't be all done at once. I appreciate the work. I think the key part, though, is communications and updates to the community. We shouldn't keep them in the dark. They should know how it's progressing so they can have an understanding of where we are. And can we expect those kind of updates?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the question. Thank you for the reminder about the communications piece. In terms of one of the big events that's happening, I know that you are hosting an open house on the 24th. And so the team will be there, I will be there. And so we will be able to bring forward, a lot of plans and a lot of information explaining the work that is going to be taking place over the next several months. So I think that will be a kind of a key opportunity for the residents and members of the public to ask questions on the work that's being done. And it will also give us an opportunity to explain some of the challenges that we had during 2025, because I know that there is, discontent with the fact that we are again, another year of construction at Woodruff. And so that will be an opportunity for us to talk about what we had to work through in 2025, the challenges, but also talk about the plan for 2026. And maybe just in terms of like the ongoing stakeholder liaison and communications, if I'd just like to ask Amanda to come up and she can talk to the communications piece.
Great.
Hi, Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. So as you know, our team works very closely with your office, Councillor Kavanagh, in terms of providing regular updates, and we are more than committed this year to continuing to do that. So, obviously right now the focus has been on ensuring that the community is aware of the work that is going to start towards the end of March, but we will certainly be providing updates through our website, through newsletters, and in any other way we can over the course of this project, so that there's that sense of status and people are aware of where we're at. And hopefully if there are any, opportunities to accelerate the schedule, we can share that in advance so that, there's that sense of the community that we are, taking their concerns seriously and acting to speed up the project where there is the opportunity to do so.
I appreciate it because trust has eroded because of the short notice and being previously told it was going to be just intermittent short intervals for closures and then finding out it was going to be 8 months. That was a shocker. So this is about building trust again. And it's going to be a big job, but I think we can do it. And I appreciate again all the work of your team. And yeah, lots of work to do. Thank you.
Okay, Conseiller Lieber.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think I'm taking note for the first time of the slippage on the western extension. I just wanted to confirm with you, is this 3 months or is this 6 months worth of slippage compared to what council was last told?
Previously, and I think we have to go back to September TP, where we had the similar graphic, which indicated that like the operational readiness piece, which included trial running and moving into service, was Q4 2026 into Q1 of 2027. So we're moving from Q1 2027 to Q3 2027.
Yeah, so I mean, it's 6 months of slippage, and I don't want to. I think we tend to just sort of slump and absorb the bad news because I know there's only so much that we can do as politicians, but I don't want to let it just pass by like that. I was just making a quick note here. The Element has gone in on since this project began. The number of apartments that have opened, the Element has opened with 252 apartments. As your Westboro has got at least partial occupancy at Churchill, another 254 rental units. The Livermore is a big development with 336. There's a couple of mid-rises that have gone in with probably 30 or 40 units each. Infill continues. We need LRT in Kitchissippi Station. We need at Westboro. I don't need to tell you about the new apartments that will start construction sometime in the next few months. Those apartments are not sustainable if we don't have LRT within close proximity. And every time we lose a quarter, it seems as though another building is getting its occupancy. So I know that you're going to work with the contractor. You're going to work with with our partner to try to get this accelerated as quickly as you can. I hope there's room for some catch up, but it's having real world implications on the congestion in my ward and in the quality of life of residents in my ward who are moving into apartments that have been newly built on the basis that they're going to be close to LRT, but now they're another 6 months away from seeing that LRT become a reality. I know you know it, but let's get that open as quickly as possible, please. Thank you.
Yep, and add any commuter heading west or eastbound from Canada, Stittsville, Barrhaven, and points in between. That's another 3 to 6 months where they're in congested traffic on non-separated travel lanes for buses. It's a huge impact for sure. I wanted to ask, is there any correlation between the construction in the east and the west? And like if construction in the east ends earlier, does that help accelerate anything in the west? Or conversely, if construction in the east takes longer or even preparations in the east, does that have any effect on the schedule in the west? Or are they pretty much separate projects?
Thank you for the question, Chair. It's a hard question to respond to. I mean, what I can say positively is that having achieved substantial completion in the east, then the teams within EWC now become very, very focused on the schedule challenges with the west, so that there is a link. We have the same team that's working on both projects, and so having achieved this milestone in the east, that will allow a lot more attention to be provided in the west.
Okay, and on that, the substantial completion is a really important milestone, and given everything else that's happening, it's not something that we're we're celebrating loudly, but I really think the team at OC Transpo and the constructors, our partners there, do deserve a thank you and a congratulations on reaching this milestone. It's a lot of work to get here, many, many years. It's not the end of the process for sure, but it is significant, and I don't want to underplay the importance of that for OC Transpo and for the city. So thank you for the update today and for all your ongoing work to bring more rail to the city of Ottawa. Thank you. Marcella, do we need to receive this? We do. Is this received? Received. Thank you. That moves us to our final item today. Are we okay on quorum, Marcella?
We do a.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, we have 6 or 7? We have 6. Okay, thank you. Okay, the final item is 7.1, motion from Councillor Brockington, implementation of a communication protocol. Just procedurally, since Councillor Brockington isn't here, would anyone else be willing to move on behalf of Councillor King the motion? Councillor, okay, so Councillor Carr, we can put procedurally as the mover. And Councillor King, would you like to introduce it or say any words?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to begin by acknowledging staff's willingness to work on proactive communication about pre-canceled trips. This motion is not about criticizing the hard work happening at the Transit Operation Control Center, which I had the privilege along with my staff to visit last week. It's about transparency and about making sure riders and councillors' offices have the information they need to navigate an imperfect system. The recitals in this motion tell a story we are all hearing from our constituents. Ghost buses, trips that appear to be running in real-time apps and then simply don't arrive, riders waiting at unsheltered stops in February, missing work start times, same thing with schools, giving up on transit and calling a cab or an Uber. And even just as an example, this morning from a constituent, at about 9:43, still on Merrier, the 9:48 trip for the Route 6 came and went. Your system lied to me and told me that I had time to make the trip that I did not. It does this all the time. Your data is not remotely accurate in any way. It tells us buses are coming that aren't. It tells us buses are coming when they are not. And it misses the actual passing time of buses by margins that make real-time data products functionally useless to this resident. Staff advise that canceling trips are flagged with a strike through in real-time tools. I don't doubt that that's the intent, but it is not what riders are consistently experiencing. There's a gap between how the system is designed to work and how it's actually performing. And this motion asks us to understand and address that gap. The motion has 3 practical asks. First, a standardized protocol to notify councillor offices of pre-canceled trips, reoccurring reliability issues, and significant service adjustments. Staff have indicated willingness to do this within existing resources, and I urge a committee to formalize that. To be clear, we're not asking to be notified about every single cancellation that happens in real time. Operation staffs are managing thousands of trips every day. We're acknowledging that, and that would not be practical. What we are asking for is proactive communication about pre-canceled trips and reoccurring issues, particularly when those changes are known in advance. Right now, councillors' offices are often learning about these issues from residents after the fact, like this email that I received this morning, or sometimes through the media. When that happens, we cannot provide clear answers to the people who contact us. Having earlier notice allows us to respond accurately, manage expectations, and help residents understand what alternatives may be available. It strengthens the relationship between riders, councillors, and the transit system. Second, a report back on how real-time service information is managed, what triggers updates, where delays occur, and what improvements are underway. Staff reference encouraging investments in dispatch systems and a future real-time travel planner, but those are future improvements. Today, riders are still experiencing ghost buses, and the report back will help committee understand what is happening now. Staff outlined several communication tools in their response to this motion. The website, text service, station display boards, and third-party apps like the transit app. And I'm pleased on my visit to OC Transpo last week, having discussions with staff about the potential of enhancing the tools such as the website to provide more information around delays, maybe potentially by different areas of the city, whether it's the East End or downtown, with the potential for more specificity. These tools are essential for riders making day-to-day decisions about how to travel. What we need to understand is whether the system feeding those tools are actually working as intended. When a trip is canceled or delayed, how quickly does that information propagate through the system? Is it appearing accurately on display boards at transit stations? Is it reaching the transit app and other real-time tools that riders depend on? How are staff evaluating these tools for accuracy? Third, a direction to ensure network stabilization efforts do not inadvertently eliminate essential peak period access for riders with fixed work start times. The motion asks that any trade-offs be transparently identified and reviewed, not just managed internally. I want to address one element of the staff response to the motion directly. Staff indicated there is not additional capacity to expand current reporting, and I understand that. But this motion explicitly asks staff to use existing and enhance existing tools and resources. This is not intended to create a new reporting burden. It is a coordination mechanism and a reasonable accountability measure for system riders depend on every day. Transit reliability is foundational to rider confidence, and rider confidence is foundational to the city's mode shift goals. This motion asks for communication, transparency, and accountability, and I'd ask my colleagues to support it. I also want to be clear about where this motion fits into the broader picture. Last week, as I had noted, my office and I had the opportunity to visit the Transit Operation Control Center, and I came away with a deep appreciation for the complexity of what staff are managing every day. This motion is not meant to stand alone or to duplicate what is underway. It is intended as a complement to OC Transpo's action plan on bus reliability and to the work that the rest of this council is already undertaking to explore a reliability framework and the potential for refunds. We are building a toolbox of responses to this challenge, and this motion is one more tool in that box focused on communication, transparency, and keeping councillors and riders better informed. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Chair. I am going to, pending whatever I hear and further questions, support this. But I do want to ask staff to address one thing, and I think the word delays occurs here and real-time information. I am not sure that the public understands where the predicted arrival time of a bus comes from. And I think that it is third-party algorithms that predict the bus time arrival. So if I go on my transit app and the bus is supposed to arrive in 10 minutes, but it actually takes 15, that's not a prediction error on the part of OC Transpo. Or am I wrong? Is that your prediction time?
Mr. Chair, I don't think I know enough about the internal workings to answer that question precisely today. We can certainly answer it in the report that this motion requests if this motion is adopted. In the meantime, I'll find out and would be happy to speak to the councillor or councillors or anybody else. I will say that the current location of the bus is a known piece of information, and that information ages until the next update comes maybe a minute later. So the bus can move on. But if the bus is at a location right now, that's a known thing. And then whether it's internally in our system or through any of the various apps that use our data to predict when that bus will get to the point that the customer is asking about, that is a prediction. And there's every possibility of things that could happen between where the bus is right now and that predicted time of when it will arrive at the person's location. And obviously, the further that person is away from where the bus is right now, the more scope there is for something external to happen. But as for who makes the prediction, I'll have to either look at my phone. GPS info feeds a prediction algorithm in our vendor supplied systems. So our vendor is creating the prediction. But we don't have control of what those apps pick up and produce. So we work most closely with the transit app. There are other apps out there and they may use our data differently.
My understanding, and I'm looking at Ajay because he's an expert in this, is that we're publishing the GTFS data, the open source location data, and then various vendors, be they Bus Buddy or Transy or Transit, are then able to make predictions about when that bus will arrive, and that prediction is the third party. So it's not OC Transpo that's predicting the bus will arrive in 5 minutes. It is a third party. And I was going to ask, but it sounds like I may not get an answer today, whether you have any indication that as more and more data is gathered about real-time arrivals, whether you see improvements in our third party, in those third party vendors' predictions.
Mr. Chair, if I can just interject, the information I just relayed is different from what the councillor repeated. We publish the prediction of the arrival time.
So in the transit app, the bus is going to arrive in 11 minutes. Is it OC Transpo that has predicted?
We are publishing that to our GTFS feed. They are picking it up and relaying it to customers.
Okay, but publishing is not the same as actually making the prediction.
We are making the prediction.
We are
our system,
our algorithm
prediction.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's helpful. So I hear a lot of frustration about the accuracy of those predictions.
We would love to hear any reports of inaccuracy so that we can deal with them.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if those can be made better because the amount of social media frustration I read about the inaccuracy of the predicted arrival times is significant. My hope would be as sorry, Marty's head is in the way, Pat. I'm trying to.
If any customer should please get in touch with us through our feedback form on the website with any reports they have of where a prediction consistently is not coming true or any other problems they say. We have a dedicated staff who are very strong about getting this data as perfect as it can be.
Okay. I know members of the public are listening, so we'll hopefully generate some of those reports and find out where some of the trouble spots might be. That was all I had. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the mover of this motion. I understand the spirit of what we're doing. I do have some concerns, perhaps, about how the devil could be in the details here. I would first just want to hear directly and clearly from staff. Do you support the entirety of this motion?
Mr. Chair, we are happy to comply with parts 1 and 2. The detail of part 3 and the mover's interest in having us publish our internal comparisons seems more detailed than would be easy to produce within our current resources.
So that was my next question, will be the resources required to achieve, especially the third piece to this. And I think what I just heard is essentially that expending additional resources to accomplish the goal as laid out in this motion for section 3 may not, in fact, be either efficient or give us better data. Is that a fair recap?
As we read the motion, the concern is about what do we do with the words transparent? If if we need to keep more detailed records on how we're evaluating the options that we're considering when we respond to a resource shortage, then it slows down our work in making those comparisons, and it just establishes a requirement for more work than we currently have or currently are resourced to do.
Thank you for that. No, I certainly want to see good, clear communications, and what we can do to improve those communications, I'm supportive of, but I wouldn't want to see us add additional or parallel communication processes that could undermine the actual improvement to reliability and our management of the existing processes. So I'm going to listen to the rest of where this is at. But that's the concern that I would have with this. But thank you very much, Chair.
I just want to build on that, Councillor Hill. I know for sure, because we've had it the last 2, maybe 3 meetings, we've had kind of a verbal explanation from staff on some of the decision-making process around cancellations, both long-term and short-term, like school routes, like first and last runs, like less frequent routes. There's a lot of criteria. And I wonder if part of the confusion here is we just need some documentation around that. And so like, I'm wondering if as a friendly amendment to this 3rd clause in the motion, I guess asking Councillor Carr on behalf of Councillor King, an amendment might be just to replace that text with something to the effect of direct staff to provide an overview or documentation of how route cancellations are prioritized. Is that fair language? And I think that'd be a starting point just to understand where these decisions come from. Because I have a bit of an issue with like why has the mover called out specifically fix work start times on peak period? I mean, why not fix work start times at 9 p.m.? Or would that mean prioritizing those runs over school runs? Like, there's a lot of rules that have already been established by OC, and I'm kind of hesitant to step in and start moving those as a committee before we understand what the rules are to begin with. Does that make sense?
And Chair, I'd be amenable to that in terms of clarity for councillors' offices as well as for the public in terms of understanding the mechanisms and how they go forward through OC Transpo and OC Transpo management. And just to address the point around the time selection, it's because we are hearing about challenges in morning peak. I just read an email that we received this morning about morning peak and the real need to ensure. I know I had mentioned this at the last transit commission meeting to ensure that both residents or workers and students get to their workplaces or school on time. And so these are the challenges that we're seeing, especially in terms of the app and the information that's relayed, that there is a continuing problem in terms of the data. We've seen kind of an explosion of this over the last few months, and that's the thinking and rationale. But of course, I do think it makes sense to clarify that information as a mechanism so that we can determine the best way forward here.
And staff, based on that, is that something you could do? I mean, I'd be looking for maybe or a short IPD type of update.
Yes, we can do that, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Councillor Lowe has a question. I'll work with the clerk on wording.
Thank you, Chair. A question, I guess, to the author of the motion. I was wondering if you'd be open to let's say a friendly amendment to number 1, to also add like known system-wide issues or like technology issues, whether it's known system-wide issues like an outage or pending system-wide upgrade or something. If because I think that'd be helpful too, because once in a while people say, hey, the GPS is not working. It turns out it's because the whole thing's being updated or the whole thing went down.
Absolutely would be amenable to that.
Okay, I don't know what the wording would be, but thank you.
Give you a moment to type out the wording. Are there any other questions on this from committee members? Does staff have any other comments or notes on the motion or the discussion?
I don't believe so, Chair.
Okay. Just give me one moment here. Councillor Lowe has sent item D, known technological issues. So just give Marcel a chance to update that. I will say the transit app, which is the preferred or the official app for OC Transpo, they've just added a new tool where you can customize when you receive alerts about cancellations or changes to your route. So if you usually use the transit during certain times of the day or days of the week, you can customize that. The default is they just tell you about every change to routes that you've selected, but it's a really good tool. And it's interesting. I think we've talked about this committee before, between transit app and other third-party apps. There's a lot of innovation on how to use that data as that data becomes more sophisticated and mature and reliable, how the apps can actually use that to improve the customer experience. So that's continuing to evolve and supplement. Like, what did we do 25 years ago before we had something like a transit app to, I guess we had the 560 that you could call fold out paper. Yeah, we've come a long way, but always room for improvement. And there is a lot of information that, I can see that councillor is mentioning in here that I think staff have been willing to provide to councillors on request. And you're more looking for a more proactive approach and where it's possible to get that to councillors faster and without necessarily having to ask for it.
Absolutely, Chair. Being proactive is better for our offices because we don't get caught in this situation where we get these emails and frankly, residents go, what happened? And then, it's frustrating for both the resident and it's frustrating for our offices. So I think it is better if we are proactive on this issue.
Okay. Do you have another question, Councillor Lowe?
I added some wording there. It'd be known technological, so it'd be D1D, known technological issues such as system-wide outages or pending upgrades, updates, whichever.
Okay. So we have that update on the screen. We can massage that language, Councillor Lowe. I think you've given it verbally. And if you could just scroll down there. I want to see the replacement for number 3, just so everybody's clear on this. If everyone's okay with that, Councillor King, Councillor Carr as the procedural mover, you're good? All right. Is this motion carried? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Teamwork. Are there any notices of motion for subsequent meetings? Okay. Are there any inquiries? There's no other business on adjournment. Carried. Our next meeting is April 9th, 2026. And a reminder, March 18th is Transit Worker Appreciation Day. Thank you to staff. Thank you to the clerk's office. Thank you, colleagues. Have a good afternoon.